Chapter 1130 The Golden Pawn. Wang Wei looked in the distance. Maybe I can use the abyss gap to my advantage. His plan was simple. Use one of those corrupted individuals to become the enemy of the lower dimension. He would create a terrifying and cruel enemy with the goal of forcefully conquering and corrupting the lower dimension. Then, he would swoop in as the savior, making it easier for him to conquer the remaining 3/4 of the endless void. The pros of this plan is I can accelerate the spread of the Heavenly Emperor era, thought Wang Wei. It should also prevent these world communities from banding together to stop my expansion. It should not be possible for a group or an alliance on the scale of the Commerce Hub to appear again, unless there is a major foreign threat. Sadly, the current major threat of the lower dimension is Wang Wei himself, with his propensity for war and conquest. So, if he doesn't want another major war, it might be in his best interest to create an enemy that could divert these people's attention. The plan is simple and cliché, but it should work, Wang Wei deduced. Now, what are the cons? It did not take him long to think of a major one. True Heavenly Tao would not be pleased with me if I allowed the power of the Abyss Gap to expand in any way. It might even accelerate its rejection of me if I choose this path. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. In that case, I need someone else for this job unrelated to the Abyss Gap. The more he thought about this plan, the more satisfied he was, especially since it would allow him to attend the final karmic position, Human Emperor. Although I will not be walking the same path as Ying Zheng, having all 3 positions might do me some good. Although he guessed these positions meant nothing until he acquired them in the upper dimension, the ones in the lower dimensions might be keys for the ones in the upper dimension, which should be worth something. Additionally, I can use this opportunity to create an official backstory for the Hell Court. Yes, the first-generation Hell Lord was a survivor of this war who hated me with a passion, so he dedicated his life to ending everything I've accomplished. His plan would kill many birds with one stone, so he proceeded with it. Wang Wei immediately enacted his plan with a devious smile. The first step was to refine the former continent/headquarters of the Commerce Hub. Whoever Wang Wei chose must pose a genuine threat to the lower dimension. Otherwise, he could not have come in at the last minute to become the hero. So, he needed to provide them with strength or power, but it could not directly be linked to him. With these conditions, he chose the next best thing, the continent. He updated this to make it easier for his chosen pawn to use its power. He did not want them to only temporarily use it like the talisman's Chu Luo. Instead, Wang Wei created an armor that is directly linked to the continent, so the pawn can use its power at all times. Once he finished, he looked at the armor in satisfaction before frowning. Power is not everything, so I must prepare in case this idiot is plotted by someone and is exiled into the upper dimension, ruining all my effort. He added one of his spirit particles into the armor, which will not only slowly influence the chosen pawn, but also protect him from schemes and plots. Now, to choose a sucker for the job, Wang Wei swiftly scanned the lower dimension, trying to find someone responsible for this great cause. He's perfect, but a little too intelligent? That might backfire. He's not strong-willed enough. He's too much of a womanizer. He has too many weaknesses. Wait, is this perhaps fate? He's perfect. His eyes saw a world a long distance away called the God Reverie World, which, interestingly enough, is where the Heaven Abode world's cultivation system originated. The Almighty God who crashed on that world and passed the cultivation system originated from the God Reverie World. Wang Wei took one step to teleport to his destination. He saw a normal world with clear golden skies. The aura of the entire world was calm, peaceful, and holy. The people looked happy and content, everyone walking as if their life had a sense of purpose, guidance, and hope. Clink, clink, clinic. A bell rang 3 times, and its sounds reverberated throughout every corner of this realm. Then, every single life, from mortals to cultivators, from demons and sea races to plant life, stopped whatever they were doing to kneel and pray. Glory to the Golden God, the one and only God, the ones who reign supreme, standing above heaven and earth, the one who exists in the past, present, and future, the one and only ruler of life and death. This chant echoed throughout the world, and Wang Wei watched as countless golden threads rushed to the sky. "So egotistical," he commented. "However, this bastard is both cunning and lucky. The Golden God lived in a great era. This world had just entered a new era, as the previous one ended with a war that killed 90% of the true gods or immortal tier powerhouses in this world. Then, with his supreme talent, he became this generation's heavenly god, great emperor, not a regular one, but a prime heavenly god, eternal. Then, he killed or subjugated all the remaining gods under one banner. However, this was not what made him interesting and worthy of Wang Wei's attention. Wang Wei noticed a small golden insect inside every citizen's soul. Faith parasitic insect. As long as he plants it in someone, they will turn into his most devoted worshippers, providing him with faith. On top of everything else, he can also use their brain process power through the insect. In other words, the Golden God can use incense and powerful brain power to cultivate. His cultivation speed should reach the same level as 36 of my future Buddha self. Wang Wei's eyes saw through this world community's lower realm. He already has his eyes on the lower realm. If he can conquer this world community, his strength and cultivation speed will reach another level. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. This man was already ambitious, meaning he wouldn't have to do much to convince or influence him to set his sights on the entire endless void. He will set his fangs on everyone else as long as he has the power. Once he begins his conquest, he will do whatever is necessary to reduce casualties, because he needs a large population to inject his parasites. So, once I defeat him, I won't have to worry about the overall population of the endless void due to a massive war. He's truly the perfect candidate. Wang Wei smiled before putting things into motion. He created a secret realm in one of the great 1,000 worlds that the Golden God was invading to leave the continent and the armor. Afterward, he took a little stroll into the Golden God's heavenly abode. Gold hair, gold eyes, fair skin, and golden armor. If not for certain features, I would have thought this man was white, commented Wang Wei before taking a little stroll into this man's mind to get his emperor scripture. He did not have a true mind-reading ability like Yin Liling, so he had to be careful not to be discovered. However, the vast difference in their spiritual powers and understanding of the soul made the process relatively easy. The only trouble was all the faith did give the Golden God extraordinary senses, so Wang Wei still needed to be careful. True golden path? This man truly has the highest ego. Let's just call you Incense Parasite Scripture. After getting what he wanted, he secretly raided the Golden God's library since he had collected all the techniques of this world before leaving. After returning home, Wang Wei did not immediately enter cultivation to focus on entering the taboo realm. He paid attention to his pawn to ensure nothing unexpected occurred in the early stages. So, while observing, he also read and understood the new technique he received. Things proceeded smoothly at first. Someone discovered the armor and gifted it to the Golden God, and after trying it on, he discovered the unimaginable power it granted him. The Golden God immediately felt he had a sense of purpose and acted without reservation. With his absolute strength close to current Wang Wei, he suppressed all worlds in his community with a wave of his palm before forcefully ensnaring them with the faith parasite. Then, trillions upon trillions of sentient beings across billions of worlds began to worship this man. He smiled brilliantly, but this was not the end. In less than a minute, he did the same thing for the next 10 world communities closest to him, including capturing the emperors of those realms. "Damn this idiot," Wang Wei muttered when he realized this bastard was not going to stop. So, he had to influence him to be careful and be more low-key in case he's detected in advance and someone schemes against him. Power truly corrupts, Wang Wei sighed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1131. It can't be. Everything was settled, so Wang Wei continued to do his own thing. He entered the science and technology world to prepare for his taboo battle realm. The world had drastically changed since the last time he entered, with most people he knew or interacted with already dead. He had divided this world into dimensional layers, each containing different civilizations with possibilities to evolve and improve. Wang Wei headed to the highest layer where the Watchers, an immortal race that he created tasked with observing and recording all knowledge and development of these civilizations. The Watchers contained a library with all this universe's information, history, and innovation since the beginning of time. Wang Wei had a deep frown as he reviewed the information. He started with the development of Earth, and he was not happy with the result. In many layers, different types of humans eventually become the dominant species. Although statistically, Homo sapiens are more likely to be the final victor, it was not always the case. Then, these species would evolve until they took the stars, spread to the universe, created quantum technology to explore other dimensional layers, and started their path of confronting higher dimensional civilizations. Wang Wei was more than happy with how science and technology developed. His dissatisfaction was with how the other aspect of society evolved. Things like arts, religions, philosophies, and culture were extremely monotonous compared to Earth in the prehistoric world. In fact, how these Earths evolved was so similar in that area that it was uncanny, truly boring and monotonous, thought Wang Wei after finishing a published book of civilization, Z897. One of his objectives in creating these worlds was to inspire him, and none of these civilizations did. And it was not just the ones that evolved from Earth, but also the ones that developed from other planets in the universe. However, this proves that Earth's vibrant cultural melt pot is actually unique since all these civilizations developed in such a linear and straightforward way, concluded Wang Wei before sighing. This world was a failure, meaning I'll have to start over, he thought. The good news is that it seems that the quantum realm was perfected because of these rounds of development. After analyzing all the changes in this world and their study of the quantum realm, Wang Wei learned many things, and the most important is that the quantum realm is indeed another version of the chaos universe. It embodies Grand Tao and all its modules like the River of Fate, River of Time, etc. That's good news for me and all, but I've essentially created an entity whose essence is on par with Grand Tao. What do I do if it turns on me? Wang Wei thought. The only reassurance he has is that if something happens to him, Hongzhen's protection of this world will collapse, and the quantum will face Grand Tao directly. The former has no chance of winning because although its essence is close to Grand Tao, its strengths are miles apart. Omicron M. Wang Wei sighed at the irony. He was playing God and created one that even surpasses him. Forget it. Let's take things as they go. The quantum will displays behaviors similar to Grand Tao, but it's even more indifferent as it does not interfere with the universe's development. It only cares about perfecting itself by absorbing the endless possibilities that each life represents. It did not even care if these creatures messed up with the quantum realm. Of course, Wang Wei knew it was because no life had reached the level of strength to do that yet. He once tasked the Watchers with spreading Old Man Nether's blood for certain worthy civilizations to study, so no life has yet reached or surpassed the Empyrean tier, and the same goes for technology. Wang Wei entered the quantum realm for cultivation. After years of analysis, he realized that two things were preventing him from entering the taboo realm: the limit of heaven and earth, or Grand Tao, and the fact his body/foundation could not bear such a Grand Tao boost stack, similar to how someone needs at least one Root 9 extremity foundation to reach sevenfold strength. By training in this isolated world, I've already removed or reduced Grand Tao's restrictions on me to the lowest level, thought Wang Wei. So, the next step is to increase my foundation. The Tao body is the representation or manifestation of a person's Tao foundation, and its fundamental essence is how much concept it contains. An emperor's Tao body is the combination of his cultivation, primarily his law, understanding, soul, the fleshly body strength, Tao heart, and the energy it contains, all of which will turn on how many concepts an emperor can contain after absorbing the heaven will and transition into energy life forms to completely conceptual beings. So, the plan is actually simple and straightforward. Absorb more concepts, thought Wang Wei. And if that plan works, it should be easier for me to elevate my Tao body to a higher level since my foundation is the 10 supremacy, meaning I already have a higher threshold of containing concepts. After the initial plan, Wang Wei no longer hesitated and tried this method. He absorbed the motes of lights from the quantum realm, incorporating more concepts into his body. Of course, he checked first to see if these fate concepts contained any hidden things. He was not too worried because he knew once he left this place, Grand Tao would detect if something was left inside his body and would not allow such intrusion into the chaos universe. It's working, thought Wang Wei as he could sense a new transformation in his body. He accelerated the speed at which he absorbed the concepts of fate, and with each passing moment, he could feel a slight change in his Tao body. The process of understanding the Grand Tao source also increases the concepts in his body. However, this process is as if the body was a bucket and someone added water. Meanwhile, upgrading the Tao body was like replacing the bucket with a large pool or vast ocean, allowing it to contain more water. Although this oversimplified a much more complex idea, that was the general gist of it. Let's stop for now, thought Wang Wei once he reached a certain threshold. He wanted to leave this place to have Grand Tao check his body before proceeding any further. So, he teleported out of this world with a single thought. Wang Wei grunted as soon as he stepped into his court. A terrifying pain coursed through every part of his body. Then, he watched as a gray aura or energy released from his body as if he were a deflated balloon. The fate concepts I just accepted? Was something really wrong with them? He focused his mind despite the pain to sense and analyze whatever was happening to him. His brow furrowed. It can't be. Once the pain ended and the process ended, Wang Wei immediately entered the science and technology world once again. He immediately created a second world and used time acceleration to have it grow. He modeled this new world's quantum realm after the original one, but ensured that it was smaller and weaker and did not create any kind of will of its own. It was a simple computer program with no ability to evolve or develop. The process took some time, but once it finished, Wang Wei then absorbed the fate concepts for a second to improve his Tao body before once again returning to the myriad emperor world. But the same thing happened to him. He smiled wryly. There is nothing wrong with the original quantum realm. Grand Tao simply won't accept me using this path to achieve taboo realm. He asked himself why there were no actions after he used the scientific and technological world to achieve 10 supremacy. Well, he was wrong. Something could happen, and he just did not know. The S&T world's value has greatly reduced, Wang Wei thought with gritted teeth. He wanted to use his foul language skills to give that bastard Grand Tao a verbal beating. Calm down, calm down. There is no need to antagonize a nigh omniscient entity just for a moment of anger. The world is still extremely valuable for other things. Typically, Grand Tao would not care if an ant called its name, no matter how vile the things said are. However, Wang Wei guessed the latter was not on good terms with the future version of himself, and such an act might be enough for him to act out of pettiness and make his life more miserable. His life was, or should say, will already be difficult, so he did not need a petty god making it even harder. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. Now, my only choice is the dark truth. His lips twitched as he remembered the Mad Titan's quote. You could not live with your own failure. Where did that bring you? Back to me. He suddenly sensed a vision in the distance. What is it now? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1132 Path of Skill. Wang Wei's eyes floated to the southern continent, directly on the origin Pil Dao sect. The vision originated from there, and more importantly, he saw the entire sect was on high alert as all their formation was activated. Wang Wei squinted before continuing to observe. A few minutes later, The sky above the myriad Emperor world changed as someone or something materialized. The eye of true heavenly Tao. The eye ignored everybody as it focused on the origin pill Tao sect for a few minutes. Then it did something that shocked many people. It released a heaven will to someone. A figure soon floated from the origin pill Tao sect and sat cross-legged in the void as they absorbed the heaven will. Lu Cheng thought Wang Wei with focused eyes. He did not say a word or intervene in any way possible. He just observed. Lu Cheng's aura rapidly increased, but to everyone's surprise, except Wang Wei and a few, it stopped when he was around 16% Grand Dao source. People immediately thought the first non-eternal would be born in this era. While most were sad about this news, others felt relieved as this generation had slowly become an anomaly. Many cultivators felt this generation had raised the standard too high, which would affect the legacy of future emperors and heavenly emperors. However, the few wise individuals quickly took notice of something. The eye was still there. As expected, golden merit descended from the heavens to enter Lu Cheng's body. Without a doubt, his cultivation rose to 20% Grand Dao, and he condensed his first golden lotus behind him. Then, while his body was still enveloped by the golden hue from the merit, he soon condensed the second flower, signaling he had cast his Tao will. All eyes were on him to watch for the third and final flower. The people saw a phantom of it rapidly condensing, and people believed it was already guaranteed that an eternal would be born. Swish! The golden aura on Lu Cheng's dispersed before the third flower condensed, so it dispersed. A powerful aura emanated from his body with some flavor of an eternal, but the people knew it was not. They'd seen too many and would not fail to recognize it. The world gave birth to a pseudo-eternal. Although not as good as just a first class, people were still satisfied that this generation would not continue to show its upward trend indefinitely. Meanwhile, the origin pill Dao sect people were somewhat dissatisfied but would never express it outward. Regardless of the circumstances, they had cultivated a new great emperor. "I am the meticulous pill emperor," Lu Cheng declared in a calm tone, his voice echoing worldwide. A terrifying vision swept the entire world community to celebrate his birth, and after bowing to the sky, true heavenly Tao dissipated. Lu Cheng looked in the direction of the court before disappearing. "The path of skill," Wang Wei muttered. "Primordial chaos." The Flame Emperor suddenly opened his eyes, which were full of intelligence and wisdom. "So, it actually works in one of the primary source chaos worlds? In that case, I can trust the data. As long as I can refine a pill with unparalleled skills that transcend my cultivation realm, I will activate a mechanism of Grand Dao that will reward me with a path to the realm of half-step transcendence." The surroundings immediately became hotter, which scared the beings of this world. Luckily, the Flame Emperor swiftly controlled himself. "Now I have the idea. The issue is how to execute it." A display of skills transcending his realm was not as easy as stated. Lu Cheng had the pill formula, which guided him in displaying skills transcending his realm and capabilities, which would then activate the mechanism and allow him to become immortal. However, the Flame Emperor had no such blueprint. At this stage in his cultivation journey, he could say without a doubt that he had reached the pinnacle of pill refining when it came to skill. The people on par with him in the entire Chaos universe are few in between, and they share the same problem. They can no longer improve. "We can start from the basics," the Flame Emperor thought. On a fundamental level, refining a pill can be divided into 3 skills: preparing the material, flame control, and combination. Material preparation involves understanding spiritual herbs, their properties, and how to use them. Flame control is how to prepare these materials and ensure all the materials' medicinal potentials are used to the limit. Combination is self-explanatory, but divine runes might or might not be involved depending on the system used. So, after knowing this, how can I improve my skills when I've perfected them already? The Flame Emperor's brow furrowed. Perfected? Someone once told me that only Grand Dao can claim to be perfect. In other words, my skills are far from being perfect. His eyes lit up as a sudden light flashed in his mind. If I could find a way to detect all the flaws and imperfections of my skills and make up for them, eventually I would transcend my current limitations. The Flame Emperor stood up from his throne. I would need a pair of powerful eyes that could see all my flaws or an item with the same ability. As soon as he thought of this, the Flame Emperor thought of one person he could see in another world he could visit to find what he was looking for. If that does not work, I have no choice but to ask the all-seeing temple to divine the information for me. The Flame Emperor did not want to use this method, as one of those seers could detect his true goal. Furthermore, he disdained how the temple only divined things based on someone's overall wealth, not the price of whatever they asked. These greedy seers always know how much wealth someone has or can produce, so no matter who asks for their services, they will pay a steep price. Am more inclined to summon a pill meeting instead, grunted the Flame Emperor. With his status and his vast friend group, it would be best for him to invite countless pill paragons and have them detect the flaws in each other's skills. However, such a meeting will mostly devolve into fighting over whose skills are better, unless he could invite the venerable Pill Sage, the man who holds the position of the Pill Dao position. Of course, the Flame Emperor did not care for such squabbles among his peers since he was used to it. The only downfall of this method is that it will prolong the process of this project. The real reason he did not want to use it is because he went through all this trouble to find a path to transcendence and would not share it with anyone. A flame enveloped the Emperor, and he disappeared. His experiment was successful, so there was no point in staying here anymore, especially since he had plenty of work to do. With the transcendent path open to him, the Flame Emperor traveled to primordial chaos to fulfill his ambitions, not caring how the people of that world celebrated that they were finally free under the tyranny of that monster. Myriad Emperor World. Wang Wei was deep in thought after watching Lu Cheng proving the Tao. He sensed something and woke up, gazing at Yan Liling's projection. What just happened? She watched everything, but was still confused about how Lu Cheng proved the Tao. She was not the only one, as Wang Wei was probably the only one who saw the deeper secrets. Tao-proving pill, he said. A pill that can make you an emperor? No, it did not look like he swallowed any pill. He basically displayed enough skills to trigger a hidden mechanism of heaven and earth, which then rewarded him with a heaven will. Is that possible? Asked Yan Liling. In hindsight, it makes sense given how the heaven will is decided in the myriad pill world. Only alchemists prove the Tao in that world. Their battle is just a display of their skills for heavenly Tao to judge. You should think of the larger implications of this method, reminded Wang Wei. Omicron larger implications? Yan Liling frowned. You mean a path to transcendence? Exactly. Lu Cheng is nothing but the Flame Emperor's pawn to test his experiment on his transcendent path. Luckily for you, it's a path that might suit you. Yan Liling suddenly felt a little restless due to excitement. Did you, by any chance, get your hands on the formula for the Tao-proving pill? No, that's the Flame Emperor's property, and I don't dare touch it. That's a shame. Not really, Wang Wei said calmly as he looked in the distance. An opportunity might be coming soon. Yan Liling's eyes lit up. Don't forget to send it to me after you get it. She dispersed her projection, and less than 30 seconds later, Wang Wei received notification that someone wished to meet him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1133, True Love. Wang Wei's brow furrowed as he looked at his guest. He waved his hand to prevent the latter from bowing. Do you want me to call you master or sect master? I wouldn't dare, Yilao quickly said. No matter the circumstances, you were once my master and treated me well. So, if you want, I can give you the honor, status, and wealth worthy of that title. Yilao paused briefly. I appreciate your kindness and broad-mindedness, but I will decline. Can I ask why? I don't think I can bear the karma of being your master, Yilao replied seriously. That's fair, Wang Wei nodded, deciding to stop pursuing the subject. So, why are you here? I'm here to bring my foolish disciples greetings and gratitude. Why didn't he come himself? Well, there were some complications due to how he proved the Tao, so he sent me instead. He hoped to hive his regard with this formula. Wang Wei calmly looked at the talisman in Yalao's hand, but did not take it. He's an eternal powerhouse now and should act like it. Tell him to come see me if he wants to give me his regards. That, cuddling him won't help, added Wang Wei. Such a weak Tao heart is probably one of the reasons why he couldn't become a true eternal. Go tell him what he said, and I won't accept any more excuses. As you wish, Yilao nodded with a deep sigh. He bowed, and Wang Wei did not stop him this time before walking out. A few minutes later, Lu Cheng walked into the room with his wife, Lan Ling. They immediately bowed while saying, "Salutation to His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor." 2x, at ease, nodded Wang Wei calmly. Lu Cheng glanced at his wife, and after she nodded innocuously, he continued, "I came bringing gifts to show my gratitude." Gratitude? If it's about your innate talent, I don't think you need to thank me. No, it's not about that, explained Lu Cheng. As you know, I receive an inheritance from the Flame Emperor. Yes, the Tao Proving Pill. Lu Cheng's body paused, but then he realized it was normal for the man before him to know by now. Yes, that. I would never have been able to find the materials for the recipe if not for all your achievements in expanding the resource pool of the world. Oh, I see. Wang Wei understood why this man was thankful. The formula for that pill must display extreme skills in herbology or the understanding and combination of spiritual herbs. Without the resources from a third of the lower dimension, Lu Cheng would definitely spend most of his lifetime hunting down the materials for the pill. I came to offer this recipe to show my sincerity, continued Lu Cheng, handing up a talisman with the Tao Proving Pill. Wang Wei calmly looked at him. He knew Lu Cheng was not this out of the kindness of his heart. A method like the Tao Proving Pill, similar to the merit method, cannot be kept by a faction like the Tao Origin Pill. No one would do anything now under Wang Wei's reign, or maybe in the next few generations, but sooner or later, someone will be interested. Although the Origin Pill Tao sect had just cultivated its 6th emperor, it was a pill-refining sect, not known for its strength. So the best action was to hand it over to the Tao Opening sect for their protection. Of course, the main driving force behind Lu Cheng's action is not the preservation of his sect, but to protect himself. He seems to still fear me. What's with that strange mentality you have toward me? Pardon me? Asked Lu Cheng. It seems you have this innate low self-esteem that everything you've accomplished so far was due to me, despite countless proofs otherwise. You even have this fear that I will come and take away your life, returning you to the state you were before I took over your fate. The room became quiet as Lu Cheng lowered his head while his hands were still raised in the position of handing over the talisman. Well, say something. R.A. Rationally, I know you have nothing to do with my success. However, internally, I cannot help it. The Flame Emperor gave you his inheritance, not me. Shouldn't that tell you something? That tells me that I was a pawn that was easier to manipulate. I guess you're not as stupid as you look, Wang Wei declared. However, in this vast universe, everyone is a pawn of someone else, and that goes for me as well. Lu Cheng was shocked by these words and did not know how to process such a piece of information. His body even instinctively stood straight. Tell me, do you think your senior sister would abandon you to get with someone better? Let's say me. Of course not. Lu Cheng replied without hesitation. Really? Then, why do I feel like you feel like she deserves better than someone like you? Husband, is this really how you feel? No, I don't lie. Lu Cheng paused briefly. I think someone as kind and beautiful as you deserve the whole world and more. Unfortunately, only someone like His Majesty, can give it to you. But I don't want the whole world. I want you, Lan Ling declared boldly, unlike her usual soft demeanor. But no buts. In this life, I will belong to you. Lan Ling held his hands, her eyes firmer than ever before. You seem to still hesitate, so let me help you, Wang Wei added. He raised his hand to condense a golden contract. This is the highest form of contract, backed by the mighty Grand Tao itself. Lan Ling, if you sign this, you will be my woman and have the world. You love alchemy? I will gather all the recipes of the lower dimensions from past, present, and future to give you. I will build the world's greatest spiritual gardens, full of ancient and lost herbs for you. I will ensure you not only prove the Tao and attain eternal life, but also walk the path of eternity. Not enough? We will have the greatest Tao companion ceremony that the world has ever seen. Emperors and great beings from all over the lower dimension will come to attend. I will summon the sages and wise men across space-time to eulogize our harmonious ceremony. We will ride real phoenixes and dragons to arrive at our ceremony. I will have the sun and the moon sing praises of our union for 33 years straight, and their voices will echo throughout the void. Better yet, I will have sounds of the Grand Tao receiving us and all the attending guests. I will build you a palace that is so opulent that its very presence can raise the chi luck of any heaven will by 20%, a palace in which immortals can only serve as guards and servants. So what say you? You only need to sign your name, and I'll have no choice but to keep my word. I refuse. Lan Ling did not hesitate a single bit, which shocked Lu Cheng. He was a man, but even he was momentarily tempted. He did not think any woman would reject such an offer so easily. Omicron M, I don't think you need more proof of her love. I don't. If he had any more hesitation after this, Lu Cheng believed he would be the greatest fool in this world. Good. You have a great woman that any man would die for. Don't live your life in my shadow and make her regret choosing you, advised Wang Wei. I want. Wang Wei nodded before waving his hand, and the talisman flew from Lu Cheng's arm. Your gift is too precious, so I won't take it in vain. A black and white crystal materialized before him. This crystal contained enough yin-yang energy to elevate your yin-yang love flower to Emperor tier. More importantly, it's tailored specifically to increase Lan Ling's probability of reaching the same level of strength as you. An Emperor tier yin-yang love flower would allow Lan Ling to prove the Tao, but did not guarantee she would reach the same level as Lu Cheng. And according to its restrictions, she could not become more powerful than him. Thank you, said Lu Cheng, and he immediately absorbed it, without a hint of hesitation. Their love was genuine, so they condensed the yin-yang love flower, but it would be another battle to cultivate it for Emperor tier. This could take too long, and he was worried about his senior sister's longevity and safety. I will also give you some merit points to use, added Wang Wei. Isn't that a little too much? Lu Cheng asked. No, it's fair, given the value of the formula, Wang Wei explained. On top of everything else, the Tao opening sect will guarantee your sect's safety and right to continue using this method. Thank you, Your Majesty. No problem. Do you have any plans for the future? Lu Cheng hesitated briefly. I will ascend as soon as I've dealt with a few things here. So soon? You're not running away from me, aren't you? Maybe at first, but not now, he replied, slightly embarrassed. So what? I have a feeling that a new destiny awaits me in the upper dimension. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1130, For the Situation, A New Destiny. Huh? Wang Wei thought as he watched these two lovebirds leave the throne room. He did not know what fate awaited these two in the upper dimension, but as someone from the same place, he did his duty by warning them of the current political landscape and chaos. He used his divine sense to check the Tao proving pill formula. As expected, with his current realm or skill, this pill was nothing to him, and if he were to refine it, he would not receive a heaven will. Instead, he would create a decent pill that concentrated the essence, chi, and spirit of the body to accelerate cultivation speed by a small margin. However, if any mortals were to refine this pill, then it would be as if they had successfully created an Emperor tier pill, just like Yin Liling created a Tao pill. He truly underestimated himself, Wang Wei thought. The fact that Lu Cheng successfully refined this pill is a testament to his alchemy talent. Besides Yin Liling, no one in the myriad emperor world could refine this pill. And if Wang Wei expanded the pool of talents, less than 5 people in the lower dimension had the talent to pull it off. The pill formula was not too important for Wang Wei, so he focused on the idea behind it. Could the path of skill apply to any Dao? His divination would be useless for such a question, so he had to deduce with the information he has. In other words, the answer would fall under the undetermined category. If this method works for all Dao, then once my force control skill reaches the same level as true heavenly Dao, I should enter half-step transcendence, but I doubt that would work. So, maybe it does not apply to all Daos, but some of them, like martial arts or swordsmanship. Those 2 Dao are the ones that most directly fall under the skill category, like the profession Daos. In other words, this idea might apply to my Liling, my father, Kai Song, and maybe Jin Mingyao. Wang Wei was not too excited by this fact since the so-called path of skills is just an idea, just like the human emperor's 3-position path or Feng Hang's true spiritual practice path. The genuine struggle to achieve transcendence is how to turn these ideas into reality. I also need to find a path best suited for me. He waved his hand to send the formula to Yin Liling. Despite the fact her current self can easily refine the pill, there were many skills she could learn from it if used correctly. Wang Wei checked on the world. Over 5,000 years had passed during his second attempt at using the science and technology world to achieve taboo. The court's expansion ended in that short period as they conquered all 953 world communities of the former Commerce Hub. Due to his absence, the Dream World experienced a small update under the initiative of the Internal Affairs Head and Dong Lifen. They had started testing traveling between world communities. The War Room and the other Eternals were preparing for a counterattack against the former president and were only waiting for Wang Wei's retreat. So, Wang Wei sent the order without organizing a court meeting. There was no need for such a small-scale war. Tian Wenyin had tried to gather more allies to resist, but he was in a sinking ship. Honestly, Wang Wei expected him to betray his people in an attempt to save his life. He did not know why the latter hadn't contacted him yet. Maybe out of a sense of pride and hope? Thought Wang Wei. Hope is a powerful emotion, but it can also be very deceptive. I thought he was a much more pragmatic man. He shook his head before focusing on something else. His pawn, the Golden God, had already conquered 100 world communities, so his actions had been detected by a few concerned individuals who had already set out from their world to find allies and warn of this upcoming threat. The board has been set. Now, I only need to acquire the power to eliminate those uncontrollable variables, and my mission will be set. He looked in the sky. Once he's done here, he will move to another battlefield, one far grander and crueler than anything he had ever experienced in his life. However, he will be ready, and like most things he's done in his life, he will be the final one standing. Wang Wei summoned Wang Qi. Before his first retreat, he tasked the latter to send these heaven-chosens on a trip, and he should have returned long ago. Sect Master, get up. Thank you. How was the trip? Here you are. Wang Wei took the space ring. Way better than expected. He sent people from a third of the lower dimension, so he expected the reward to be large due to the sheer number, but it still exceeded his expectations. There were 4 Eternals and 5 Pseudo-Eternals in this group. That explains it. What about Gao Buqin? True, Eternal. Tian did have a good eye for talent, nodded Wang Wei. Anything else? A few of our tier 10 human fiend gods ascended with me, and the sect already received and settled them. Wang Wei nodded. As much as he did not like to weaken the sect, it was the best choice in the current situation. Were there any issues? No. The upper sects seemed to have already known of our existence and even expected our arrival. Wang Wei was not surprised. They also seemed extremely excited for your arrival, but that's to be expected. Wang Qi did not forget to sneak in a little praise so he could look good in front of the boss. Wang Wei smiled. Is that it? No. I was supposed to bring the Mistress the Disruptor rune, but Supreme Elder Yin was still using it, so it had to be postponed. That's fine, Wang Wei reassured him. Any new developments in the war? The revolutionary leader seemed to have disappeared for a while now. However, it did not affect their mobilization. On the contrary, they become more aggressive, especially since it's been a while since any of the moons have shown up. He disappeared. Yes, rumors have it that something terrible happened to him, or he's secretly breaking into the Paragon realm. It's probably the latter. Wang Wei felt Emperor Jimin was the kind of cunning guy that was not easy to plot against because he was so used to living in the shadows that even he himself did not know how to live in the light. He trusted no one, and no one knew who he was, probably including himself. That's the general census among the revolution. But I'm guessing some people are spreading the other rumors to use this opportunity to take power. That only proves a common threat temporarily binds these people. Once that threat is removed, they will scatter into different directions, Wang Wei commented. Of course, there is nothing wrong with that, unless you have ulterior motives or ambitions. His eyes squinted. He has not completely decided how he will use the revolution after ascending. At some point, he must decide whether they are reliable partners or pawns that can be discarded when needed. What about the others? Did you hear any news? Not much. I know they are active, but Revolution kept all information about them secret. That's not a bad decision, Wang Wei praised. Well, thank you for all your hard work. No, it's my pleasure, Sectmaster. Wang Qi was more than satisfied with this arrangement for multiple reasons, the main of which is he got to associate with the Sectmaster. Such a simple act has dramatically elevated his status amongst the other ancestors, which then increases the resources he receives, not counting the ones he's being paid for the trips. After Wang Qi's departure, Wang Wei spent a few minutes organizing his thoughts. Then, he started his work. He had to leave, but had a few things to do before then. Firstly, he created the will tempering method and the will orb for his parents. The secret realm he created was based on his experience in primordial chaos. The test's central idea was loneliness, which could be described as an upgraded version of the second pagoda trial. Anyone in the sect could use this trial, but the orb was reserved for a select few. Once that was done, Wang Wei had to help Miscellaneous One install the formation from the Central Commerce World as part of the sect's second and hidden security major, while also putting some of the finishing touches on the Fate formation. His next stop was to see his family, mainly his mother and father, since his grandfather was still in the retreat. Wang Tian had completed his 9-extremity foundation and was attempting to become a mortal emperor. With the new willpower method, Wang Wei liked his odds. However, it remained to be seen whether he could become the second immeasurable emperor. His odds were not looking good. Once he settled everything, he headed toward the Extremity Sea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1135 Travel. After receiving the formula, Yin Liling entered a deep state of focus and analysis. She concluded the same thing as Wang Wei, but she also knew how to use this formula properly. So, without wasting much time, she entered the dream world for a pill simulation. For the first simulation, she successfully refined the pill using her current skills. For the second simulation, she restrained her dream body to the quasi-emperor realm and had her refine the pill. This attempt took a few trials and errors, but only because she was limited by her cultivation level, but she had the skill. After all, her ability reached another level after comprehending the alchemy Grand Tao source. Yin Liling was unsatisfied with this result, so she created a dream body that perfectly replicates her skills right before she proved the Tao. She was finally getting somewhere. As she watched her young self refine that pill, Yin Liling noticed many minute or subtle flaws in her techniques, many of which can improve her skills and cultivation levels after correcting them. Yin Liling felt a rush of satisfaction once that version of herself refined that pill, and her skills increased by a noticeable amount. So, the path of skill is viable, Yin Liling thought with a bright smile. After proving the Tao, she felt a great sense of emptiness inside of her. She had achieved everything she had wanted, being praised by the world as a pill sage, proving the Tao, becoming immortal/eternal, and marrying a great husband. The only unsatisfactory part about her life was that she was stuck in the Guardian world but did not regret her choice. So, Yin Liling has been feeling lost for a while. She took solace in cultivating and refining pills, but she felt directionlessness, like she was doing it just for the sake of doing it. But now, she felt her passion for pill refining reignited. She saw a new challenge in the path of pill refinement, which ignited her love for the art and her competing spirit. She wanted to challenge that mountain that has probably stopped countless pill paragons. It would be even better if I could be the first to do it. It was unfortunate that her competitor, the Flame Emperor, did not lose to her in talent and was leagues ahead. Let's not get too ambitious. The goal now is to attain the skills of a transcendent being. Yin Liling's eyes became brighter, her aura more peaceful and ethereal. Her state of mind had improved significantly. It's time that I visit the myriad pill world. A screen floated before her, and Yin Liling clicked on Embassy icon and thought the words myriad pill world in her mind. She clicked on sending a request and waited. Her actions created a small commotion as the myriad pill world's heavenly court received her request for travel. After all, she was the guardian of the myriad emperor world and, more importantly, the first on the pill emperor list. The staff swiftly noticed their heavenly emperors, who exited his retreat to hold a meeting. 10 minutes later, Yin Liling received notification of her approval and left the dream world. A blue flame materialized before her in the shape of a curvy body, and a few minutes later, it condensed into a clone. "This should do," she muttered before contacting her big brother to ask for a talisman. Once she received it, she used the dream world to teleport the clone to her destination. The first thing Yin Liling noticed after opening her eyes was a long red carpet with soldiers wearing gold armor on both sides. Her gaze immediately noticed a few towering statues, 2 on the right side with the title of Pill Saints engraved on their plaque and 14 on the left with the Pill Monarch title. She slowly walked to the end of the red carpet, where this world's heavenly emperor and other court members received her with a bright smile. "I apologize that I could only come with a clone. We understand your situation, so there is no need," replied the Diligence Pill Emperor. Yin Liling observed this eternal emperor. Nothing extraordinary, old, with long white hair and a beard that reached his waist, regular black clothes, and an aroma of medicine just like most alchemists. His eyes were bright, and his aura could be described as steadfast. Despite how ordinary and boring this man looked, Yin Liling knew he was actually quite an interesting character. The Diligence Pill Emperor, also called Chui Guoyang, originated from 2 eras of the myriad pill world. At a young age, he learned of the existence of the 9 Extremity Foundation and wanted to achieve it. However, all indications showed him he did not have the talent for it, so he opted for an alternative method through pills. After honing his skills to the pinnacle of his generation, he refined a mortal-grade Tao-forging pill with the slightest intelligence/spirit before sending it through reincarnation to experience the samsara baptism. The pill was instructed to remain a pill, so whatever form it was reincarnated into, it would absorb the flesh, blood, and spirit of its new owner to remain or revert to a pill. Meanwhile, Chui Guoyang sealed himself in bloodstones. After every reincarnation, he would wake up, track down the pill, and refine it again to ensure no issue before sending it into reincarnation. This generation was the 9th, and his plan succeeded through luck and great help from his factions. Chui Guoyang woke up and swallowed that pill. His plan did not work, but it also did not fail. The pill granted him the strength of 6 Leaf, while also washing away his karma, since his constant interruption of the process meant he had to start over. After that, he used his newly created samsara refining technique to prove to Heavenly Tao he was the best in this generation and became this world's great emperor. "I'm glad you're understanding," Yin Liling nodded. The two walked inside while taking part in small chatter. "I see that you haven't increased the number of recognized pill monarchs," Yin Liling asked casually, but her words made many of these ministers embarrassed. Chui Guoyang sighed. This topic has become an issue of contention, and these people insist that I be the one who makes a final decision. Pill monarchs, or pill saints, were not titles granted lightly. Not even an eternal emperor can change that. Pill monarchs are for alchemists who have refined an immortal pill while being mortals, and pill saints are for the ones who refine the Tao pill. In other words, this world had 16 individuals who did something that only Yin Liling did back home. I honestly do not see what's wrong with using my immortal runes to achieve the pill monarch position. Yes, it is easier than the other methods, but it's not something everybody can do. Yin Liling was not shy about sharing her opinion. This world had created 4 methods of refining immortal pills, but with harsh requirements for talents and skills. None were universal. Over the course of their history, only 14 people have succeeded, and the number would have been higher if not for the fact that these pill formulas were highly guarded secrets, which even led to the destruction of countless factions or lineages. This world's alchemist praised Yin Liling for her immortal runes creation, but they also debated whether the people who succeeded with her method were worthy of the title. It's all about preserving traditions, added one of the ministers walking behind them. Traditions, huh? That's not necessarily a good thing. What are you implying? I'm not implying anything, just stating a fact, Yin Liling replied coolly. Traditions is why you haven't uploaded your immortal methods to the dream world so that others can learn and improve based on it. Traditions are what restrict development. Traditions are why many people have predicted that in less than 10 generations, your world will lose its status as the place with the most developed pill Tao. These ministers' faces turned ugly. Such a fact was one of their sore spots, and they haven't been happy ever since someone released that statistic in the dream world. Most people denied this truth, but sadly, the data did not care for their feelings. Most worlds were entering a golden era of alchemy with the spread of the immortal runes, and it was only a matter of time before someone surpassed them. Yin Liling did not utter another word to these people. She knew why they were so stubborn. This world had one of the highest statuses during the Commerce Hub, which would use them primarily to turn most of its raw resources into things like pills. However, now that the mighty had fallen and the other worlds could use the dream world to train alchemists like raising grass, they were not as high and mighty as they used to be. It hasn't been 50,000 years since the war ended, and these people have not adapted to the rapid changes of the endless void. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1136 Travel 2. He's also responsible for the current situation, Yin Liling thought, secretly glancing at Chui Guoyang. His indecisive nature has immensely aggravated the situation. Hopefully, he will be more open to my persuasion. The group soon arrived at a large hall with a grand banquet decorated with gold, purple, and white, all colors associated with nobility and immortality. They served the finest wine refined by these top alchemists and top-grade spiritual food for such an honored guest. Yin Liling tasted all the delicacies, and many of them still had some effect on her real body. Then, she noticed a noodle dish that was releasing a dark aura. What's that? Oh, that's a dish from the Curse Haven world. We didn't know your taste, so we thought of trying many different things. Apologies for the mistake, the diligent pill emperor explained as he motioned someone to take the dish away. No need, Yin Liling declined. I've never tasted something so strange, so it should be an experience. The Curse Haven world was an interesting world in which the Tao of curses overwhelmed the others. So, no matter what Tao someone cultivated inside, they will be corrupted to involve cursed Tao. Even outsiders cannot spend too long inside unless they have something like a domain to protect themselves. She slurred the black, crunchy noodles, and despite eating such an unappealing dish, she looked as majestic and noble as ever. Yin Liling then heard an intense scream in her head, followed by pain. However, this kind of pain was not the suffering kind, but the painful but pleasurable kind. I guess I now know this food's target, she thought as she wiped her food. How is it? Better than I anticipated, she replied. Do you think the rumors about the Enyang Curse King were true? Are you talking about the one that said he created the ultimate curse, capable of killing anyone in the Great Emperor realm? Or the one about his mother? The former. It's probably propaganda, or his work has been glamorized after his death, replied Chui Guoyang. If such a curse exists, it would mean it could kill the first heavenly emperor without giving him the chance to resist. Chui Guoyang saw this man's strength from the dream world, so he would not believe such a thing existed. And if it did, it would be too scary. He would want such a curse to be eradicated from the annals of history. I feel the same, nodded Yen Liling. The Curse Haven world was an interesting world. Before what happened to the Nine Devil God world, it was one of the rare heavenward worlds that could give birth to more than one great emperor, which were then called Curse Kings. However, like all worlds with this composition, it sacrificed quality for quantity, so the highest level of achievement was first class, 15% to be precise, and achieving higher classification was like playing a game in nightmare difficulty. However, some people succeeded, 3 to be exact, and they succeeded in the same generation. The Enyang Curse King, the Malevolent Curse King, and the Shadow Curse King have spent their entire life competing all the way to their heavenward battle. They were pretty evenly matched until this point when the Shadow Curse King became a pseudo-eternal, while the other two became true Eternals, leaving him out of the competition. Even after proving the Tao, these two continued their battles to prove who was the best. Then, they had one last legendary fight before ascending, which resulted in the Malevolent Curse King's victory. However, he claimed he would not accept that victory because the Enyang Curse King had created an ultimate curse, but chose not to use it at the last minute. Since then, rumors of this ultimate curse have spread from the Curse Haven world to the endless void. However, most people agree that it has been exaggerated due to the fierce reputation the world used to have. The banquet continued for a few hours, and Yen Liling enjoyed herself. She felt slightly cramped back home, so this outing was the perfect distraction. Now it was time for the official discussions. If you don't mind, I will be direct about my purpose. Please. Chui Guoyang was not fond of these political talks, where people spoke in circles, never stating what they wanted or meant. I have a few purposes for coming. Firstly, I'm here for a Tao preaching session with Your Excellency and many other talented alchemists of this world. They don't have to be only immortals, but people with genuine skills. I would be more than happy, Chui Guoyang replied immediately. He was currently ranked 3rd on the Pill Emperor list, and such a session might allow him to acquire the 2nd spot. For someone like him, wealth was meaningless. Only honor and his pill refining skills mattered. This is my 2nd purpose, Yen Liling announced as she summoned the talisman. Previously, your world's establishment of the dream world was incomplete. This talisman should change that. Chui Guoyang hesitated while the ministers had varying reactions, mostly negative. After this world connected to the dream world, Su Shi's power was needed to set up the battle tower, as she summoned imprints from across space-time so people could either learn their skills or compete with them. However, she's not Wang Wei, so she was limited on the amount of imprints she could condense unless she spent years on this job. More importantly, these alchemists protested immensely. They did not want certain imprints to be condensed since that would reveal their most secret techniques, including the Pill Monarchs and Pill Saints. The ordeal was about to turn into a complicated situation that Wang Wei needed to decide, but Su Shi was tired of all that nonsense and just left. About this, said a minister who coughed so people could focus on him. We've sent an application to the court. We would like to argue our case that the decision to include these imprints should fall under world internal affairs or rights. The Myriad Emperor World's heavenly court was technically the supreme ruler of all the courts in the endless void. Still, its rules prevented the interference of other courts, unless things like the dream world were involved. Then, things became complicated. Our mission and goal is to create the most prosperous era of the lower dimension, and your actions have limited the development of Pill Dao, so your case has been rejected. You can't do that. But I can, Yin Liling replied calmly before summoning a scroll with Wang Wei's stamp on it. These people's faces turned ugly. I want to use the more courteous way, but you forced me. She was interested in learning from all the world's emperors and other talented alchemists. She especially wanted to know how the two pill saints refined their Tao pills. I call for an appeal, declared another minister. That's enough. Aren't you tired of embarrassing us? Chui Guoyang finally intervened. He knew this woman was the little sister of the first heavenly emperor, and this man has shown consistently that as much as he wants others to follow the rules, as much as he is willing to follow them to ensure order and prosperity, he's also willing to break them on a whim. So, even if their appeal passed, as long as she asked, he would overrule everything like the true tyrant he secretly is. The sad thing is that they cannot do anything since a layer of a wise and beloved ruler masks this tyrant. Your Highness, we will accept your decision. Is there anything else? No, that's it. In that case, why don't you start with your business while I gather everyone needed for the Tao preaching session? As you wish. Yin Liling left the table to follow a servant who showed her to her room. Your Majesty. The Diligence Pill Emperor raised his hand to stop whoever was speaking. Then, he remained with his thoughts for the next 10 minutes. How about we build a Pill Saint monument for her? What? Not just her, but all the Pill Monarch's talents we have in this generation. Better yet, we can do so for every talent in the lower dimension. This conversation made me realize that if we do not change with the times, we will be left behind, continued the Diligence Pill Emperor. It also made me realize that our world was in a unique situation, one we can take advantage of to ensure our lasting prosperity. The room was quiet for a few seconds before someone spoke. This might not be a bad idea. If we can make these monuments and have their owner acknowledge it, it can increase our world's chi luck, just like any of the Dream World's lists. If we do this, we will need something to lure these people in. So, we're just going to reveal our secret techniques like that. There are far better and more valuable techniques than ours, but these people were still willing to share them. Chui Guoyang frowned as he sensed these people might start arguing again. All right, it's decided. Let's start by acknowledging the 4 new pill monarchs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1137 Travel 3. While Yin Liling was on her journey to increase her pill refining skills, Wang Wei also started his own journey after dealing with the sex affairs. Although he could reach the extremity sea with one step, he decided to take his time and go on a short vacation while finishing some things had been putting off. His first destination was the mortal heart world. He did not alarm anyone with his arrival to prevent this world's court from making a big deal out of his presence and ruining his vacation. So, Wang Wei only changed his clothes to fit the local custom and enjoy the scenery and food. The air or atmosphere of the mortal heart world was sweet, clear, and peaceful. The entire world had a nature-like atmosphere due to the sheer number of forests, mountains, lakes, and rivers. This world's cultivator did an excellent job at preserving nature, so the environment was probably one of the best in the endless void. It probably would be the best if not for worlds in which Tao overwhelms all other Taos. This world deserves the title of the most peaceful world, Wang Wei thought after a servant served his food. The cultivation system of the mortal heart world was divided into 3 stages, each with 3 levels. The spiritual awakening stage, the self-reflection stage, and the heaven-earth pondering stage. The spiritual awakening stage is self-explanatory. The cultivators open their sea of consciousness and cultivate their spiritual/soul power. Based on the quantity and quality of the spiritual power, someone will be in the 1st to 3rd level of this stage. In the self-reflection stage, the world's people began a process of intense self-reflection. They delved into their subconscious to temper their mind, spirit, soul, and Tao heart. By the end of this stage, they knew who they were, what they wanted, and what they were willing to sacrifice for it. They built their goals, ambitions, moral compass, and worldviews. Once they finished their self-cultivation, the mortal heart cultivators could no longer improve themselves from the inside, so they focused on the outside. They began to use heaven and earth to temper themselves. The main cultivation technique of this stage is called pondering heaven, and it's a brilliant idea. A cultivator could walk to a random tree in the forest and ponder it. Then they will experience the tree's life from birth to the current stages. So, if the tree were thousands of years old, the cultivators would experience that 1,000 years, just like they had experienced another life, like they had experienced another samsara. The people of this world preserve the environment because they could ponder everything, from a piece of grass to the stars in the sky, to ancient beings that lived for yuan epochs. In fact, the older an object is, the more valuable it is, since the pondering effect will be more effective. Of course, it's also more dangerous. If a cultivator cannot retain their own sense of self, they will be assimilated by the object's memories and experiences. I experienced something similar in Primordial Chaos, Wang Wei thought. When he was the myriad devourer, he had to fight for his life to preserve the few decades of memories of Earth. Otherwise, they would have been assimilated, and he would have lost his main personality. Wang Wei walked out of the restaurant for the next. He heard someone squabbling and went to watch. It was rare to see fights in this era of the mortal heart world. The cultivators of this world do not rely much on resources, since they mainly use themselves, the environment, or nature for their cultivation. So this world is very peaceful compared to others. Adding their terrifying Tao heart and ability to control their emotions, this world deserves the title of the most peaceful. Of course, it does not mean there were no fights, but compared to the brutal history of other worlds, the mortal heart world can be described as a utopia ever since they started this cultivation system. Then, everything improved with the arrival of the dream world. All contradictions could be settled there without any worry about casualties. Wang Wei's court made the mortal heart world an example to encourage people to settle their disputes using this method to reduce the loss of cultivators and populations. Wang Wei watched the fight between these two, a man and a woman. They were both third stage, second level, which was equivalent to saints back home. The woman used her Tao heart and mind to resonate with the laws of fire, while the man used the thunder law. Wang Wei immediately noticed two interesting things about this fight. Firstly, these people had zero understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. Instead, their spirit was so concentrated that they could use their mind and Tao hearts to forcefully bend the laws to their whim, thus achieving an alternate form of law resonance. The second thing he noticed was that these two were fighting on two fronts, outside and inside. While throwing elemental attacks at each other, their minds were in a spirit realm, confronting each other. That was how battles in the second stage occurred in this world. People fight to destroy each other's minds, spirits, and selves, leaving the loser with a damaged psyche that turns them into a coma state, makes them crazy, gives them severe depression and other mental illnesses, or directly annihilates their souls. If I were to quantify my willpower, it should be on par with a paragon. So, could I use this world's cultivation system to create a technique that allowed me to use my willpower to forcibly borrow strength from 90% Grandao source? Wang Wei thought as he quickly deduced the outcome. I could, but my body would instantly collapse. If I liberate all my soul strength in advance, I should survive in a soul state. However, the backlash from doing something like that would directly send me to limbo. What's more, Grandao might even punish me for my actions. So, unless I'm forced into a corner and want to take the enemy with me, using such a technique is useless. Despite this conclusion, he decided to create this technique. I should reserve some time to study all cultivation techniques of the lower dimension before ascending. He knew the importance of learning from all kinds of civilizations. Wang Wei always believed one of his greatest assets is the knowledge from Earth. The battle between these two, which appear to be a lover's quarrel, did not last long, as two ultimate third stages powerhouses from their respective clan came to stop them. Ultimate third stages are quasi-emperors of this world. After completing their pondering, the cultivators will choose a law that fits whatever goals or ambitions they've established in the second stage to understand and condense law crystals in their sea of consciousness to prepare for the heaven will. They will also use this stage to make up for the deficiency in their weak, fleshly body. This stage is also when cultivators drastically increase their lifespan, as they no longer rely on the passive connection between their soul and their body to nourish their bodies and increase their lifespan. They will actively absorb the spiritual chi between heaven and earth to nourish their bodies, take more pills, and even use laws to temper their bodies. The elders stopped the two from fighting, deciding to hold a family meeting to discuss their contradictions. Wang Wei watched them leave before he also walked away. This world was entering a state of rapid development, mainly in their alchemy and other professional fields. All the professions were severely underdeveloped, especially talismans. Pills were still needed to accelerate the speed of cultivating spiritual power in the first stages, and some pills helped with delving deep into the subconscious mind. Meanwhile, formations were used to protect the mind from being assimilated during the act of pondering. However, talismans were of little to no use according to the natives. In fact, talismans originated from their interactions with foreign worlds, especially the Commerce Hub. Their minimalist attitude toward resources prevented them from truly developing talisman Tao. It's also why they had such a terrible relationship with the Hub. The Commerce Hub wanted all this world's raw and unmined resources, but the people here hated destroying nature for no reason through unrelenting mining. The Commerce Hub was about to invade this world for its resources. Luckily for them, one of their two Eternals before this era appeared. He headed to their headquarters and devastated the minds of so many people that they were almost forced to activate their trump card. Luckily, that Eternal only wanted to give a warning and discuss a treaty to protect his world. It's a shame, Wang Wei thought before leaving this world. He wanted to use their technique to ponder the entire world. Experiencing this world's development from birth to now should have helped him temper his mind, spirit, and Tao heart. However, he had already done something similar during his existence ceremony and on a much larger scale. Let's head to the pursuing longevity world next, he thought before disappearing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:38 Travel 4. As soon as Wang Wei arrived at his destination, he found a bleak world full of war and chaos, completely different from the peaceful atmosphere of the Mortal Heart world. Immortal cultivators everywhere used their artifacts and various spells to attack each other. The battle seemed to be between a group of armored individuals and regularly dressed cultivators. No one noticed Wang Wei's sudden appearance, so he was observing this war like it was nothing but a movie. I should be in the mortal realm, but I don't feel any sense of restraint. Did the war destroy the boundaries between the mortal spirit and immortal world? Wang Wei flew around while checking things. He nodded in satisfaction after seeing the mortals in this world did not suffer from this devastating war. Wang Wei then ascended to the immortal realm, since it was the place where the war was the most intense. As expected, immortal powerhouses from all paths fought non-stop, trying to kill each other as swiftly as possible. I have to give Zhu Tao credit. I didn't think he could convince so many people to be on his side. Boom! Someone exploded themselves, releasing a terrifying power that devastated the surrounding spatial integrity of this area, while killing countless people in the process. However, this was just the beginning, as even more people exploded themselves as a last act of desperation. Are you guys crazy? Yelled the Divine General from the pursuing longevity's court. You and that bastard Zhu Tao have ruined our path of immortality. You have destroyed our way of life. So, even if I'm going to die, it'll make you pay. Boom! The explosion once again created countless casualties despite the Divine General's attempt to stop or contain it. The good news is he survived, but his injuries were severe. So, he did not hesitate to crush a talisman to teleport him back to the court. Wang Wei smiled before teleporting away. A handsome Zhu Tao sat on his throne, hands on his temple, his eyes dazed as he listened to these people's reports. All he could think about was how things got so out of control. His dream was to show that energy-based cultivation systems were not the weakest, so after his experience with A.O. Shun, he was happy to bring the law resonance method back home. However, he discovered a terrifying truth: his world was more complicated than he thought. The pursuing longevity world was part of the Commerce Hub despite being on the low end of members due to their more conservative ideas about dealing with foreign worlds. The Hub wanted access to their cultivation system and environment due to how much lifespan it granted, while their sect needed some rare resources that went extinct. However, if that were true, why hasn't the pursuing longevity world ever added the law resonance to their system? They would have known and come in contact with it through the Hub, but it never happened. Zhu Tao then learned of an ancient force that had been secretly controlling the world from the shadows. This force placed the immortal source in this world, prevented any changes to the immortal cultivation system, and is also why the Commerce Hub did not have a much larger influence. He could not accept such a thing and ended all this farce. Zhu Tao did not only want to make the immortal cultivation system more powerful, he wanted to completely eliminate it. However, everyone persuaded him that his attempt was useless because the former Eternal of this world tried and failed miserably. Zhu Tao was about to give up until the war started. The ancient force, known as the Lasting Immortal Order, had some kind of agreement with the Commerce Hub, so they were mobilized for this war. Zhu Tao waited, preserved his strength and forces from the war, and the Commerce Hub lost as he predicted. He immediately surrendered to the myriad Emperor world and did whatever was necessary to integrate into their system. Following this, he sealed the immortal source while spreading a new cultivation system to replace the old one. However, he did not expect the Lasting Immortal Order to still be this powerful despite all their losses in the war. Countless factions, most emperor lineages, revolted against his decisions, plunging the world into a war that crippled all operations and functions. Zhu Tao did not expect this outcome and was baffled as to why that order was so strong. That's when he learned countless factions were forced to sign alliance treaties with the Lasting Immortal Order or owed them such immense karma that they had no choice but to side with them. Your Majesty, are you listening? Huh, what did you say? The ministers looked at each other. Our conclusion is that in the current situation, the fastest way to end this war is to ask for the myriad Emperor world's interference. Didn't they say this was an internal situation, and unless the mortals are affected, they won't interfere? Yes, but if it were to offer their emperor a generous gift. You mean the immortal source? Yes. Zhu Tao grunted. He wanted the immortal source for his sect, but this was not the main reason for his hesitation. This was a brilliant era, and unfortunately, he was only a weak and insignificant emperor in this era. The eradication of the Lasting Immortal Order and changing the pursuing longevity world is his way to leave his mark on this era. But if he asked for help, his effect would be drastically diminished. I only need to hold on for a little while, and my strength will peak threefold. By then, I wouldn't care how unique the Purple Crown Taoist Qi was. He would lose in my hands. Without him, no one could stop me. Let's wait a little while. We need to hold on for another 20,000 years, no, 15,000, and I will have the strength to end this. It's too late, Wang Wei said as he showed himself. His Majesty stuttered a few ministers. Wang Wei ignored them and gazed at Zhu Tao. He saw through the latter's mindset and understood it. After all, who does not want to leave their marks in this glorious era? Not to mention that having impactful moments is fundamental to Eternal's survivability. However, he would leave with the immortal source since he was here. As for the Lasting Immortal Order, he did not care about these losers. They once had a brilliant era in the upper dimension in which they were one of the leading factions, for the philosophy of the immortal path was not weaker than any other path. However, after suffering terrible blows to their cause and believing that the other paths might retaliate, they changed their focus on preserving the immortal path as much as possible. So, during the innate acquired war, they sent members of their orders to the lower dimension with one purpose: preserve as many pure, energy-based cultivation systems as possible. They sent all kinds of unique chi sources, mostly immortal, to fuse with worlds and encourage their development. Most of their branches have failed in the current era, as most energy-based systems will incorporate law utilization after interacting with other worlds. They only have a few surviving branches, less than 5, scattered throughout the endless void, and the pursuing longevity world was their greatest success. But now, even that one was about to fall. Wang Wei did not even know whether their sects in the upper dimension survived, since he guessed that the parasites might not touch the paragon lineages, but they won't have scruples for the immortal kings or Dao monarchs' lineages. "So, you're here," Zhu Tao said with a deep sigh. "I am. Can I reason with you? As long as I walk here with the immortal source, I'm open to any discussions and deals. But don't go too far. I can still take it and walk away." Zhu Tao's lips twitched before exhaling to gather his thoughts. "I want time and resources to reach the strength to end this war alone." "That's easy," Wang Wei replied. "An ambassador will come to this world because of the report that someone broke the rules and attacked mortals. All fights must be stopped during the investigation until a verdict is reached." Zhu Tao's eyes lit up. "This should buy you the time you want. As for the resources, someone from my sect will contact you for the exchange." "Satisfied? More than satisfied. Good." Wang Wei raised his hand, and a blue orb with a pure and noble aura appeared on his palm. Such rare resources are the kind of deep hidden foundations that he will leave the Dao opening sect to ensure they survive the destruction of the Heavenly Emperor era. "Since I'm so satisfied with our deal, I will give you a parting gift." Wang Wei snapped his finger. "No one will remember we had this conversation. But you should also hide the fact the immortal source is gone." Zhu Tao's eyes lit up. Such a simple act saved his pride, and he could not ask for much. He glanced at his ministers, and, as expected, no one remembered Wang Wei showing up or their conversation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1139 Travel Finale. Wang Wei's next destination should have been the Heavenly Law Word to get his hands on the law tree he found from Zhun Chaos Memories. However, after taking one step to arrive at his destination, which was countless worlds apart, he sensed something somewhere else and teleported there. He found himself in a part of the lower dimension, far away from the Commerce Hub sphere of influence, to a world called Skyfall World. Something major was about to happen in this world, and it caught Wang Wei's attention. This world had a heavenly court, which has become normal since the Steward and Sword One started their journey to gather alliance. The Golden God's rampage also accelerated the process, and it's something Wang Wei appreciated. He won't waste time establishing the courts once he conquers the remaining 2/3 of the lower dimension. Wang Wei secretly attended the court's meeting and immediately noticed the throne was empty. These ministers were waiting for their rulers to return, and somehow they were both anxious and excited. More than an hour later, a middle-aged man dressed in white, with a mole below his left eye and what could be considered a perfect jaw, appeared in the room. By all standards of the cultivation world, this man was handsome, but not to the point he would be described as an unparalleled beauty like Wang Wei or Li Jun. However, everything changed once he smiled at the room. The entire world seemed to light up with that smile, and like an infection, everyone followed his smile and became slightly more jovial. This smile seems to naturally elicit trust in people, Wang Wei thought. More importantly, is that the 7 emotions, 6 desires physique? Wang Wei was surprised by this fact for 2 reasons. 1, it's very rare for a man to be born with this physique, and once they do, they're usually way more handsome than they were. Secondly, this man, whom he learned had the title of Brilliant Smile Emperor, was a first-class emperor with 17% Grandao source. So, how could someone born with the 3rd heavenly physique only become a first-class emperor? especially in this generation with immense destiny and luck. He should have been a pseudo-eternal, at the very least. I see. His wife gave it to him. Wang Wei figured out the truth by glancing at this person's fate. Then, he looked at this emperor with a strange fate. I don't think I've ever met a character as interesting as him. Your Majesty, how did it go? I've convinced them, he nodded, and the crowd almost cheered while praising. That's the level of charisma this man has. The brilliant smile emperor waved his hand to immediately calm down the crowd. We cannot waste time, as I've heard news that another chaos besides the commerce hub will sweep the endless void. So, we should not waste time, so we should start immediately. As you wish, the ministers said in harmony. Wang Wei was instantly jealous of how this bastard made these people serve him so faithfully through sheer words and charisma. Although many of them are faking it since there's something to gain, he wished his ministers to act like that sometimes, even if he could see through it. It wouldn't hurt for them to stroke his ego occasionally. The court, not the entire world, began to mobilize after this meeting. With a serious atmosphere, the brilliant smile emperor looked in the distance before walking to his queen's court. When he arrived, a petite, beautiful woman rushed into his arms, and the emperor immediately displayed his brilliant smile. Don't worry, I will soon keep my word to you. You don't have to do this, especially since we don't know the consequences, she persuaded. No, I must. The brilliant smile emperor had a rare fighting spirit in his eyes. Your clan despises me for taking your physique. I promise to give them glory and power and will keep my word. He knew his cultivation talent was probably one of the worst in the world. He lived his entire mortal life relying on his golden tongue and charming smile, but that was almost useless once he entered the cultivation world. He once tried to charm some woman to give him rare resources, which worked in the early stages, but later on, he was simply despised for his low talent. Then, as fate would have it, he met his wife. They fell in love, and she somehow transferred her physique to him in a dangerous situation to save his life. However, the process was imperfect, so his achievements were so low after proving the Tao. Additionally, her clan despised him afterward and almost hunted him down. They only stopped because of his wife's status. Since then, he promised to bring them glory, wealth, and power to prove that she did not make a mistake. But Dash, don't worry. Everything will be fine. The couple had a passionate night, and Wang Wei was a voyeur during the entire ordeal. Someone like him is the perfect diplomat. He loved talent, and this brilliant smile emperor was someone who caught his eye. This guy successfully convinced more than 40% of the heaven chosens of his generation to support him for the position. No one found out until the battle, which almost gave their sex upper echelons in aneurysm. Someone of his talent might be useful. So, let's warn him so he can survive long enough until I ascend. Where am I? Asked the brilliant smile emperor. He quickly calmed down as he looked at his surroundings. He guessed he was in a dream, but it was rare for someone like him to dream naturally, so someone must have brought him here. Do you know your actions are like jumping from a small forest fire to an active volcano? Your Excellency, may I ask who you are? He asked while smiling and showing all his teeth. His spirit Tao was activated to the max, along with his mastery of emotions and desires. I'm here to deliver some information. I hope it can increase your chances of surviving until we meet again, Wang Wei replied calmly. I appreciate talents such as yourself. Maybe you'll be useful to me one day. The brilliant smile emperor opened his eyes with a grave expression. This might be devastating news if the information in his mind is true. Should I stop? He looked at his sleeping wife. No, you'll just ask like I didn't know. Moreover, I could put this information to good use. The next day, when the sun shone the brightest, the brilliant smile emperor appeared above the sky. Open the formation. After his order, a complex formation covered the sky, but that was just the beginning. More than 80% of all factions in the Skyfall world activated their sex formation before linking it to the courts. The first step is down, thought the brilliant smile emperor. Then his voice spread to all the mortals in the world. I am the heavenly emperor, and today I will lead all my people mortals or not, to the upper dimension, to the immortal realm where there is no pain or suffering, and you can achieve immortality. You only need to raise your hand and pray for my success in your heart." The people were initially shocked, but soon enough, everyone started to raise their hands and pray. After all, who would not want to ascend to the immortal realm? They have long been envious of these cultivators' strength, wealth, and power, but now they have their opportunity. Good. Now that I have the people's permission, Grand Tao has no reason to try to stop me. The brilliant smile emperor used all his power to gather all the faith coming from the people while activating the world formation. Then, he and everyone around him, including this world, turned into a rainbow light that disappeared from the void. The ascension of an entire world, Wang Wei thought with a smile. That's something you would only see in novels on Earth. He looked in the distance before muttering, "I hope he survives long enough to be useful." Wang Wei teleported to the heavenly law world, and he immediately knew this one did not have a court yet. Their emperor has been in deep seclusion since proving the Tao, and he's been there so long that some people speculated that something was wrong with him. This world's composition is unique, a fusion of continent-based worlds with a starry sky world like the Star Beast world. Wang Wei's divine sense told him he was standing on a large continent on par with some of the lower top domains back home. This continent, or territory as they're called in this world, however, was not connected to another territory. Instead, it was floating in empty space with its own gravity, gravitational pull due its mass, and acting like a planetary or star body. Wang Wei found the secret realm where the law tree was located and directly teleported there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1140 Perfect Foundation. Wang Wei saw someone already in that place, cultivating the purple insect emperor. He instantly realized this man was a unique insect race that feasted on people's emotions, and that this man had been here for a while. Another emperor appeared during Dugu Jing's absence. Wang Wei realized this person was the world's second emperor due to the balance mechanism. He ignored the latter and focused on the tree. So, I was not the only one with that idea, Wang Wei thought as he watched the purple insect emperor spending all his focus on nourishing the law tree to turn it into a grand Tao source tree. From his knowledge and experience, this man was not the first. Wang Wei detected signs that countless prior emperors had tried a similar tactic but failed. Their attempt is why this tree has lasted so long, but for some reason, it had never evolved into what they wished it to. Their actions have saved me a lot of time while also showing me what not to do. However, how dare this bastard ruin my treasure? He could tell the purple insect emperor was also trying to corrupt this tree with negative emotions that only he could use. Wang Wei pointed at him, "Become its nourishment." Before he could react, the purple insect emperor turned into a white light that entered the tree. Then, he absorbed all the negative emotions he had previously injected into it, purifying them before turning them into the best nourishment for the tree. "You're lucky I'm in a good mood, so you'll leave your Tao imprint intact," Wang Wei muttered as he looked at the tree. Its roots are firmly planted into the laws of heaven and earth while being monitored by heavenly Tao itself. In that case, the way to evolve this thing might not be to nourish it with a grand Tao source, but to find a way to plant it directly there. Although that might be a little difficult, it should not be impossible, so Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction. "I'm not a completely heartless person, and I understand the need for balance and preservation," he muttered to himself. "So I won't completely rob you." He removed the protections around the tree before placing his hand on the tree and used his purpose manipulation technique to have it condense 2 seeds, which was an abnormality as this tree normally did not create seeds. It was one of those rare spiritual objects that would grow randomly in nature, and someone had to be lucky to find one. He put the tree inside his own item space, perfectly preserved despite not having laws to place its root along with one of the 2 seeds. He planted the second seed on the spot, and use time Tao to accelerate its growth. Although it's not as powerful as it used to be after losing the power from the Grand Tao baptism, it's better than not having the tree at all. Wang Wei disappeared, and during this entire ordeal, Heavenly Tao did not say a peep as it knew it was pointless. It even delayed releasing visions of the falling of this world's emperor. After this world, Wang Wei continued his vacation. He visited the ghost immortal world since their cultivation was unique since they abandoned their body, turning into a life similar to the soul race. He then visited a string of soul/death-related worlds like the soul sublimation world and the underworld world. He aimed to see whether he would find more people susceptible to serve in his samsara court. After all, the environment was perfect for these kinds of cultivation environments, and hopefully, these people could pass the test to serve. Wang Wei's next destination was the profession worlds, Myriad Pill World, Myriad Armament World, and Myriad Runes Worlds. All these worlds focused on displaying skills to prove the Tao instead of fighting. And the Myriad Runes world is the most competitive since array masters and talisman makers are the priority groups fighting over understanding and applying runes. He met Yin Liling in the Myriad Runes world and had a brief chat. His next destination was the mechanized puppet world, where Kai Song had spent much of her time, followed by the Beastmaster world to see if he could find himself a cute pet/follower. All protagonists he's read about have an animal companion who is a super rare mythical creature, so Wang Wei wanted one for himself. Sadly, nothing caught his eye. His final destination was the Central Spirit World, a heavenward world ruled over by the spirit race. Death reverence likely originated from this place, and Wang Wei wanted to try his luck to see if he could find something. After all, he has always been lucky. Sadly, fate was not on his side today, so he finally teleported to the Extremity Sea. He looked at the gray sea, took a deep breath, and entered. Nothing happened, and Wang Wei relaxed. He tried to observe or detect any formation, but no matter what he tried, this was nothing but an ordinary fog. He sat cross-legged and waited. Then, a myriad of rare resources appeared around him. Wu Hong's technique contained pictures and detailed information on these things, so Wang Wei recognized each of them. Let's get started. 4 red magic circles materialized in all 4 directions, boxing him inside. They released a devouring power to first absorb all the secondary materials for this technique, and after a few seconds, the heavenly Tao seed from a central Tao source seed. Wang Wei's clothes disappeared as soon as the magic circles absorbed the blue seed with traces of golden threads weaved on it that resembled runes. He felt like a baby in embryonic fluid, but his mother was heavenly Tao itself, not just a regular one, but a genuine product. Then, his body disintegrated atom by atom, spiritual particles by spiritual particles, energy by energy, and even on a conceptual level his body was taken apart. Yet he was still alive. The perfect tear, which is a drop of liquid so black that nothing could taint or affect it, making it perfect, was absorbed by the magic circles. Wang Wei's consciousness immediately found himself in this white space with mostly gray dots, lines, and even shapes weirdly drawn as if a child had created a bunch of doodles with no direction or purple. The blueprint of my existence. This thought originated from Wang Wei's mind out of nowhere, and he knew this was one of those secrets of heaven and earth you would know instinctively after coming in contact with it. A purple bottle containing Grand Tao's blood levitated from the ground or fog and fused with the magic circles. When Wang Wei first examined this thing, he was glad he came here because the aura from blood was enough to annihilate him, if not for the bottle's protection. After the fusion, Wang Wei saw another white space with similar weird drawings, except more complicated or nonsense, while also only containing the colors white and black. His space was primarily gray and included all the other colors, but this one was white and black. Wang Wei used this technique, and it led his eyes to a particular area of this new white space. He immediately knew he had to copy that section of this space into his own space. I see. Only transcendent beings can be considered perfect. No, Maybe the act of transcending is an act of perfecting the self. That's why it's a taboo. Wang Wei knew what to do. He focused his mind and gained access or control to a powerful will. Is this what it would feel like to manipulate true heavenly Tao? He had to admit that the power was riveting, even though it was not real since it originated from a seed and not the real central source chaos world. He reined in his mind before starting. His objective was simple: copy the perfect aspect of Grand Tao into his own existence. The process was strenuous and required deep concentration, and Wang Wei realized why Honger allowed him to use this technique in the Emperor realm, his paragon soul. He now had full access to its spiritual power. Furthermore, his willpower also played a role as he resisted the irresistible urge to fuse with these scribbly lines he saw in Grand Taoist blueprint. Every instinct of his body told him he was committing blasphemy, so he should stop and instead fuse with this higher existence. However, despite this, he had to resist and focus to finish the job within the allocated time. Damn it! If only I had more time, he cussed once the new space disappeared. He only copied a small portion and wished he had more time. Wang Wei's white space also disappeared, and then his consciousness saw a crown with 3 lotus and 5 jewels of different colors. 3 flowers on a crown. He watched as these flowers, which previously had 12 metals each, developed a 13th golden petal. In other words, his grade 1 flowers further evolved so that they could now be classified as grade 0. The spirit flower lit up, and his powerful, chained soul was rapidly rebuilt. No, just rebuilt as it were before, but better, purer, slightly stronger, and more importantly, with more potential. The essence flower was next, and 3 glowing lights materialized, followed by the growth of his skin, muscles, bones, organs, blood, and cells. His powerful fleshly body was back, and like his soul, with even greater potential for growth and development. Lastly, the Qi flower illuminated, and Wang Wei felt he had gained access to all his Tao, followed by a sublimation of his Tao body. Is this? His previous experiment in the science and technology world allowed him to realize this change. His concept contained had increased. Not only that, but it was already filled, and he did not have to do that much work. The magic circles disappeared, and Wang Wei's naked body stood in this gray fog. His aura had a subtle change. He seemed a little more perfect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1141 Reward. Wang Wei clenched his fists and immediately noticed the change, and he was not talking about glistening his skin but the strength of his fleshly body. Dragon Phoenix Realm's 6th step, he thought. Moreover, he was at the peak of this realm. If not for the bottleneck that exists between the 6th and 7th steps, he would have reached a higher level. However, he did not care. He will use his wife seal to deal with that bottleneck, just as he did for the 4th step and how he will do for the 10th step. Next is my soul. Wang Wei closed his eyes as he sensed the changes in his paragon soul. It probably increases from being on par with 91 to 92 Grand Tao Source to 93 to 94 Grand Tao Source, which should be excellent news. According to his theory, since Empyreans need to cultivate or condense a paragon soul to enter the next realm, individual and independent soul cultivation will be required from now on in the paragon realm. There is even the possibility that soul quality will return to the equation again. So, if his guess is correct, he won't have to worry about his soul until his cultivation reaches 94% Grand Tao Source. Next is the Taboo Realm. Wang Wei focused on his Tao body, which could now be called Perfect Tao Body, and activated his awakening. As soon as his first palace appeared, he noticed the difference. Unlike how it looked before, the palace now had a monument with 13 circles, each containing a lotus inside. Circle represents wholeness and completeness, also a symbol for perfection. Lotuses symbolize purity, enlightenment, and spiritual perfection. Then, there's the number 13. All other 9 palaces had the same monument, but after the 10th was condensed, Wang Wei briefly saw an illusory 11th before dissipating. Moreover, he felt the palaces were not more connected than before. Could it be that something will happen after I condense all 12? No, it should be after condensing the 13th. He smiled as he could not wait. He used all his Grand Dao boosts, and his strength rapidly increased, 67%, 68%, 69%, 69, 9%, 70%. Wang Wei felt he had broken a barrier, entering a new field of power, strength, and confidence. The feeling was unlike when he used the illusory pill, as this was his own power. He was no longer on the near orgasmic sensation of having this much power since he was used to it, and continued analyzing his strength. I was right. The Perfect Foundation's purpose was not to grant me taboo battle realm. That was just a byproduct. Its main purpose is to increase my chances of becoming half-step transcendence and even ensure I am the best amongst my peers once I reach that realm. Wang Wei analyzed, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. The taboo battle realm also has its purpose besides granting people high battle prowess, he thought, sensing everything in his battle. The foundation added perfection to my existence, and the taboo battle realm also added something. However, it's not completely formed yet, meaning I most likely need to achieve it in the Empyrean and Paragon realm before completion. And once that is done, there is a high chance that it will either help me achieve half-step transcendence or be useful afterward. Wang Wei believed that the taboo battle realm was a checkpoint Grand Dao created for the path of half-step transcendence. He even believed that the minimum requirement to achieve it is Paragon realm, and the person must be willing to walk a similar path as Heavenly Book Paragon that involves abandoning most of their powers or placing themselves in a weakened or vulnerable state for an extended period, not necessarily need to reincarnate. Such a method was the orthodox path, which requires a lot of time and effort, while his was a shortcut that can even be considered cheating. Wang Wei focused back on his strength. I can feel that this is not my limit. He continued to add his Grand Dao boost with expert control of his Dao imprint. So, his strength increased 71%, 75%, 77%, 79%, 999%. I've hit another limit, Wang Wei thought. He felt all his boosts could get him even more power, especially since he already had entered a new level in his force control skill, pseudo true heavenly Dao control. He finally made a breakthrough with his experience watching that new world becoming a heaven will and directly controlling the true heavenly Dao while during the transformation. No, my Dao imprint can no longer stack these boosts. He stopped not because of any restraint or limitations directly from heaven and earth, but because of his lack of skill. However, this was bad news for Wang Wei because he had reached the limit of using his Dao imprint. He has plenty of time during his retreat due to not having to cultivate his Dao, so his focus is usually on his body or his Dao imprint. Let's put that experiment about having 2 Dao imprints at the forefront. The good news is Wang Wei believes that after entering the Empyrean realm, he will not have to update his Grand Dao boosts, except for maybe things like his weapons. And with all his advantages, he might instantly reach the 10-fold strength, which is 89% Grand Dao source, and maybe even directly enter the taboo realm due to his perfect foundation. Wang Wei smiled brightly, releasing his perfect temperament. He shook his head about the irony that one of his greatest opponents pursued perfection all his life to the point of almost ruining his relationship, but he achieved it way before him. He continued his inspection, focusing on his newly acquired abilities. He realized the nothingness contained in his bloodline did not change much, but his new body allowed him to better resist its corruptions. So, I might be able to create a technique that taps into a small power of the 3rd stage, emptiness. Wang Wei was satisfied with this result, so his focus shifted to his 3 flowers abilities. The first test was the Spirit Flower. Wang Wei closed his eyes to access his soul network. He saw 2 layers, one on top and one on the bottom, and the one at the top was vast and expansive. He quickly checked, and as he expected, he could now access the network of the upper dimension. Wang Wei immediately tried to use it, and he had a massive headache, forcing him to stop. It seems I still need to ascend to fully use it. However, this was not the end of this ability, as it had another upgrade. He could hide his presence from paragons. Wang Wei knew this technique would become useless because the parasites would definitely be able to sense his activities. But now, he no longer had this worry. As long as Mithriya can keep Supreme Unity busy, he can use this ability to plot the upper dimension's rebellion. It's the perfect method to scheme things from the shadows. With a smirk, Wang Wei focused on his chi flower. He thought this thing would increase his ability to condense chi, and in some sense, it did, but not as a result of an upgrade. His upgrade was actually a guide, similar to GPS, to navigate the source chi space. In other words, this ability can help me search for any chi I want and navigate me to them. No, it's too powerful. There must be some limitations. As expected, Tier 11 chi or above has a low probability of being detected, and there should be a limitation to those extremely rare energies. Moreover, even if I knew where these chi were, I assumed they would have the corresponding danger. Despite this limitation, he was satisfied as he could search for some powerful chi to leave the Tao opening sect before leaving. He then focused on his essence flower. The ability has not evolved at all. This should not be it. Wait, what's this? As Wang Wei concentrated his mind, he discovered his body contained 2 doors, and one of them was already open. The Gate of Ascension. The name instantly appeared in his mind after his eyes landed on him. So, in the process of making me perfect, my body recreated the first gate of the true Power Tao realm. As Wang Wei sensed this new gate, his body felt a sense of accomplishment, a sense of perfection. Although this word was cliché, that's how he felt. He previously thought he had absolute control over his body, but now he knew that was not true. He previously had 99% control of his body, and more importantly, he believed that number was perfection. But with the appearance of the Gate of Ascension, he truly achieved 100%. There is also an ability called Invisible Will Armor. He could feel an invisible armor condense from his willpower manifestation always surrounding them, serving as his first layer of defense. Its power was excellent, and more importantly, it was a passive ability that used no energy or stamina. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1142 marked. Wang Wei was happy with this transformation and was glad he trusted Hong'er to come to this place. If before he was confident of achieving half-step transcendence because of his idea, now he had another source of confidence, his talent and Tao foundation. He condensed a new set of purple robes, but was not feeling this color currently, so he changed them to white. Glancing at his handsome face with a conjured mirror, he almost fell in love with his beautiful self. Let's reduce this aura, he thought as he controlled the alluring aura his almost perfect body was releasing. However, he still could not change his overall temperament and increase in beauty. Now that his personal affairs were dealt with, he focused his attention on this taboo that has been a mystery of the chaos universe since the dawn of time. Is anyone there? Wang Wei asked, but no response. The fog was calm, eerie, and mysterious, as usual. Future self, if you're truly responsible for this thing, how about you give me a few rare things? No sounds or response. Our father could use a limit breaker. No, make that 2 for our mother. Then we also need materials for the perfect foundation for the whole family. So that's 4 people if you count the yet-to-be-determined wife. Wang Wei frowned. Maybe there's some strange rules that they need to come here to get it? This was a possibility he considered. Or maybe I'm wrong, and my future self did not create this thing, but they are connected somehow. It would explain why it knew what materials I needed for this foundation. Wang Wei sighed, as this was going nowhere, so he decided to leave. However, once he reached the border of the Extremity Sea, he sensed an invisible barrier that seemed to have locked him inside. He frowned as he tried pushing forward with his palm, and something was there as expected. I can't be stuck here for eternity, can I? He immediately used all his force to push this invisible barrier, but all his efforts were useless. As Wang Wei was about to give up and try something else, he felt the barrier rapidly weakening and took this opportunity to break through and leave this area. He embraced himself for more, but nothing happened, not even a slight breeze. Wang Wei looked above, expecting grand chaos to manifest at any moment. But nothing happened even after waiting for close to an hour. This absence, is it normal or suspicious behavior? He could not tell, so he decided to focus on something else. Now that he had the strength, he needed someone to test it. So, who would be the safest? According to his calculations and divinations, the Death World was the safest and with the most variables for something going wrong. The Abyss Gap was the most dangerous and had great variability, and the Nether Hell was the second most dangerous and had the weakest variability. So, between the Death World and the Nether Hell, after thinking briefly, Wang Wei chose the Death World. He genuinely wanted to get rid of this thing as soon as possible, as death reverence creeped him out. However, he did not lose his cautious nature, so he sat cross-legged in the void to enter the dream world and train. He used the battle tower to design worthy opponents for himself, so he could adapt to his newfound strength as soon as possible. He even designed opponents with greater parameters than him to ensure he could challenge himself. A little time passed before he woke up, and now that he was completely prepared, he directly teleported to the Death World. A red sun stood above the heavens, barely illuminating this vast and infinite world. "This is truly a world of death," Wang Wei commented. There was a small continent floating at the center, but dead bodies everywhere else. Yes, this entire world/dimension, slightly bigger than the lower dimension, was full of dead bodies. Quadrillion? Quintillion? Sextillion? Numbers could no longer quantify the number of dead bodies in this world. Wang Wei calmly observed his surroundings. He noticed countless different races and species, many of whom he had never heard or read about, and they were of various cultivation levels. Forget about the body. The death chi in this place is giving me an eerie feeling. He frowned as he activated his senses to detect danger. However, so far nothing. The world's people noticed his arrival and activated formation to protect themselves. Sadly, Wang Wei only took a glance after teleporting to them to destroy their formation, which was even better than the Commerce Hub. "Call upon the Death Guardian," someone yelled, and the order was immediately executed. The corpse-selling sect never expected someone to find this place, let alone for that person to be Wang Wei. Although they were not afraid of that bastard, they also did not want to conflict with him since they would have to pay a severe price to eliminate him. An immense amount of death chi gathered above the sky to condense a 3.5-meter dark creature with horns, claws, and red energy stripes running through its body. Its aura displayed the fact it was the embodiment of death itself. Strength of 69% Grand Dao source, but can achieve 70% by using the death chi in this world, Wang Wei analyzed. "I'm getting a bad feeling, so let's end this as swiftly as possible. I can also test my new technique. Void is not true nothingness, as it contains invisible but detectable aspects. Emptiness truly contains nothing, but it does not have the grandeur, nobility, and arrogance of true nothingness for the mere fact it precedes all creation. Regardless, why don't you experience a little bit of its power? Return to emptiness." A small white orb appeared above his right palm before exploding and covering this Death Guardian. The powerful creature sensed its death and tried to resist, but even Death Witch is often described as a state of nothingness by mortals who do not believe in reincarnation could not resist the power of emptiness. Its body, soul, and even existence were wiped out in an instant. The Death Continent also suffered the same fate, as Wang Wei did not want to risk anything and wipe them out clean. Then, he was immediately on guard for the possible appearance of death reverence, and he was correct to be. The death world trembled, and Wang Wei suddenly sensed something watching him from the darkness. His senses or detection method caught nothing, but he knew someone or something was watching him. You should make the perfect vessel. Wang Wei's body felt an instinctive repulsion which seemed to be hidden in the deepest layer of his existence. The aura in the surroundings changed, and it seemed familiar. It's similar to the Abyss Gap, a fundamental rejection of heaven and earth. Wang Wei's eyes squinted as he quickly realized the implications. Death reverence was associated with, or had connections to some foreign entities similar to Cthulhu or the old gods. Many things suddenly made sense to Wang Wei. Why did death reverence destroy that world? It was probably a sacrifice to try to allow that entity to descend into this chaos universe. The all-savant world must have something special which he needed. All these thoughts flashed quickly in Wang Wei's mind as his instinct kicked in to run away. However, it was pointless, as his body was unable to move. He immediately tried to kill himself and revive somewhere else, but that also failed. A dark light descended from the heavens into his body. Wang Wei's expression turned ugly as he saw a black tattoo on his chest. "You dare mark me?" No one answered him, and the repulsive aura in the environment dissipated. Wang Wei looked into the darkness with a fiery anger that could burn the world. He snorted coldly, instantly destroying the death world in the process. He floated in the void, looking above the heaven. However, after 10 minutes, his anger increased. "Damn you, Grandao. I have the mark of an intruder of the chaos universe. Why aren't you doing your job and removing it?" All logic and truths dictate that Grandao should have appeared and dealt with the situation. After all, if someone like Wang Wei were used as an avatar to allow some unknown transcendent or half-step transcendent to descend into this world, the result would only be chaos. Wang Wei's wrath reached the pinnacle as he knew that bastard Grandao purposely did not intervene because of either his future self or the fact he just acquired the perfect foundation. "You think I need your help? Keep dreaming." His red eyes focused on the endless void, and with one thought, all the branches of the corpse-selling sect across the lower dimension rapidly dissipated. Wang Wei killed everything and everyone, including all their sect's formations, artifacts, and resources. Anyway, he saw these things as being contaminated and would never use them. The only thing he kept was their sect's luck, which he condensed into a golden crystal, which he attached 2 strings to use as a necklace. No one survived this massacre, including 2 Eternals Emperors. He had already destroyed their vaults since they were hidden in the Death World, so he only needed to erase them from history. He wiped out hundreds of sects and trillions of people scattered across an infinite realm with a single thought. Wang Wei immediately teleported back to the dark truth, and as soon as he arrived, he saw signs of movement from the fog. However, the fog suddenly collapsed, and each attempt to gather seemed to fail. The process lasted for a few minutes before there were no other movements. "So you lost this move?" he thought with squinted eyes. He immediately teleported home, and the first thing he did was kill himself. He had 3 extra lives, 1 from his Mortal Emperor achievements and 2 from his life and death talent, which he successfully elevated into lives after using the data from Mon Wuzi's physique. So he used it. After his body reassembled itself, Wang Wei saw the mark on his chest, and he was not surprised. His death was simply to ascertain how deep this mark was. And now that he knew, he continued with his plan by entering the science and technology world, heading directly to the quantum realm. "I know you're here, and I have a gift for you," Wang Wei said before showing the mark on his body. This mark contained information about an entire being outside your designated parameters. It is the perfect opportunity to evolve beyond what you could ever calculate. The quantum will awakened before immediately scanning the mark. It was immediately interested. It had already received much information by scanning and analyzing the weird humans who created it, but the information contained on this mark was way more valuable. So, it released a devouring power to extract the mark. Wang Wei felt a terrifying pain, and his body was also falling apart, but he did not resist. The quantum will continued its work. The thing was probably more powerful than it, but its essence was on the same level. Furthermore, it had its home court advantage. While this mark was only a rootless thing that did not have access to a power source or anyone actively controlling it. Swish! The mark moved out of Wang Wei's body before disappearing into the depth of the quantum realm. He immediately checked his body and found nothing, so he sighed in relief. He looked in the distance before leaving. Bang! The sky above the myriad Emperor world changed. Grand Dao, Wang Wei muttered with gritted teeth, and the eye glanced at him. Then, out of nowhere, the marble containing the science and technology world flew into the sky before bolts of lightning instantly destroyed it. Grand Dao then focused on him, and Wang Wei could feel its fury. However, he still looked at it defiantly. After glancing at each other for a minute, the eye dissipated as if it were never here. Meanwhile, Wang Wei sensed something and looked at the extremity C. The fog was gone. In other words, the dark truth had left the lower dimension. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1143 Time, Nexus, Implications, Primordial Chaos, Mithria, and Supreme Unity momentarily paused. Unlike everybody else, they noticed Grand Dao's descent. They saw the confrontation between Wang Wei, including destroying that crystal that seemed to contain a world inside. They also immediately noticed the crystal's aura was on par with theirs, if not of a higher essence. They remembered feeling someone or something had intruded into their world a while ago, but discovered nothing despite their best efforts. I knew he was special, but not to the extent of involving in matters related to transcendence or to the point of offending Grand Dao, Mithria thought with a smirk. Things were getting interesting, and she had more hope for the future. Her eyes then focused on the extremity C. Could this be my chance to kill him? Supreme Unity thought. If Wang Wei had a fallout with Grand Dao, then he might use this opportunity to remove his status as an Era Son through Heavenly Dao, making it easier for him to eliminate that bastard without the protection of his destiny. No, it's not working. True Heavenly Dao was not stupid. Despite how the mighty boss was feeling, it knew that Wang Wei was still vital in fighting Supreme Unity for absolute control over the world. As such, the stupidest thing it could do was make an enemy out of him now. How about a temporary truce? Why would I do that? Mithria asked. The dark truth is gone in the lower dimension. Maybe we can work together to remove it completely from our world. You and I know that whatever this taboo involves is above our pay grade. So, it's pointless to try something like that. We finally have hope, but you won't even consider it? That's right, Mithria replied calmly, her determination unwavering and unyielding. In that case, what about a truce to interrogate that kid? You saw for yourself. His secrets involve the being that has walked further from us. Maybe we can get answers to the way forward. Supreme Unity changed tactics, trying to tempt her instead. I refuse. Why are you being so stubborn? This is a perfect opportunity to see the path forward and maybe even achieve true transcendence. Supreme Unity felt a slight annoyance and frustration. Ever since the ultimate taboo, this woman has gone her way to oppose him in every way. There were many opportunities for them to both benefit, especially with some of the secrets in the lower dimension. Still, she refused and opposed him in every scenario. Supreme Unity knew how far he could have walked toward the transcendent path if not for this bald nun stopping him at every occasion and opportunity. History and time are on my side, Mithria replied coolly. Once the kid discovers the truth, reaches my level, and feels reassured, I know he will be more than happy to share his secrets, to help me walk the transcendent path. So, why do I need to offend him now? You don't know that for sure. But I do, she replied, very confident. All signs have shown that's the kind of person he is. Isn't that why we previously followed Qiyuan? Now, his descendant is even more charismatic and talented than him. Supreme Unity looked at her. He would have unleashed his wrath and anger if not for his suppressed emotions. However, he knew such emotions were useless. I can only continue the original plan. Heavenly Book better not let me down, or I will hunt him down to any corner of this universe. Their battle continued, becoming even fiercer than before. Red Mist, Forbidden Land. Heavenly Book Paragon opened his eyes. Another time Nexus? How many major life events does this man have? More importantly, if he has so many, why hasn't Grand Dao found a flaw to kill his young self? As he looked at the words appearing in the group, he had to give Wang Wei his prop. It should not be easy to defend his past self against so many events that could kill him if he failed to save his past self. So, is he that capable, or has Grand Dao been this incompetent? Heavenly Book Paragon knew the answer. As someone who cultivates Heaven Dao, he knew how sophisticated of a system Grand Dao was, and no one with a sane mind would call incompetent. He observed the entire process of his book's upgrade, and once the process ended, his eyes twinkled. Am I going to get my first worthy, fortunate encounter from these two? Let me see. It should be something that belongs to Wang Wei. Interesting. The page describing this encounter was still incomplete, but he deduced much information from a small section. Heavenly Book turned a few pages to analyze the new information. He suddenly stopped at a new information. He used my inheritance and Madman Chu's method to create a new ceremony? This bastard knows I'm his enemy. He deduced Wang Wei would be suspicious of him after the plan with Emperor Jia failed, but now he had confirmation the latter knew of his existence. With how Madman Chu usually behaves, he will definitely try to meet him to get his hands on that ceremony. And once they meet, he will 100% recognize my work, and there is a 76% chance he will accidentally mention it. He did try to hide the fact he created that inheritance, and his method could fool Wang Wei due to his low cultivation and unfamiliarity with him. But that will not be the case for Madman Chu. His threat has been elevated now that he knows, and the amount of time I have left has also decreased. He frowned briefly before raising his hand to draw a rune in the air. Then, a potent energy that originated from the rune entered the book. As soon as he drew the rune, thousands of chaos worlds activated powerful arrays that covered their entire world. Then, they were refined into the purest energy that the Heavenly Book fed his book. Nothing survived in this world. Not the people, the cultivators, the branches of samsara, no matter, energy, space-time, and even the fundamental concepts that compose their existence. Powered by this extremely unique and pure energy, more writing appeared in the book. Grand Dao is not happy with its chosen son, so it has begun to create ways for him to become a worthy competitor for Wang Wei. It's a good move since it cannot trust me. The purpose of the Grand Dao Sun was pretty obvious. Be strong enough to kill Wang Wei in one of its time nexus, thus killing its future self. Grand Dao only needs to block the river of time to prevent any interference, and then it will be game over. What are those time nexuses? Heavenly Book Paragon asked himself, and this was not the first time he had asked. In fact, he could not count the number of times he pondered this question. All those half-step transcendents have essentially transcendent time and space. So, why does someone even more powerful have not? The implications behind this might be the real prize in all these conflicts. He had done countless calculations, deductions, analyses, and even divinations after learning about this time nexus, and the answers he received varied from absurd and nonsense, and, finally, mind-boggling. Sadly, there was not enough information to narrow things down and find a concrete answer, or even to narrow it down to something he could investigate. Heavenly Book Paragon looked at his book, wondering if he could sacrifice more worlds to accelerate the process. He was unsatisfied with the news he received since it only involved Grand Dao's son, and he did not care much about that chess piece. If I make any moves, things could snowball out of control. He had already noticed signs of the upcoming chaos since primordial chaos had not been peaceful since the all-seeing temple released their divination. However, the situation was still in the preparatory stage, and if he started destroying worlds in large groups, people would notice, and his actions might create a snowball effect. The peace and quiet is still advantageous to me, so there is no need to accelerate the chaos. What I need to focus on now is whether I should take the Grand Tao's son's fortune encounters or leave it to him so he has a chance. Heavenly Book was currently in a cooperative relationship with Grand Tao, and such action might destroy their almost non-existent trust, and he might anger the latter. Why am I even hesitating? His plan was extremely dangerous, and only death awaited him if he failed, either at Wang Wei or Grand Tao's hands. So, he did not care about offending either of them. All or nothing. Hasn't this always been the motto? He immediately ordered one of his clones to travel to a few worlds to get his hands on a few things he might need. Anyway, Grand Tao is rich and has numerous ways to train its chosen son. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1144 Choice. Primordial Chaos, Deathland Forbidden Zone. An old and ancient entity that embodied death, or the reverence of death, slowly awakened. The place was the purest of black, with no one in sight. Then, a pair of eyes opened, making the entire zone tremble. What happened? Death Reverence asked himself. The altar in the Eternal Ascension world was destroyed. He was not surprised by this news, as he had expected after learning that 2 half-step transcendences had appeared in that world. However, nothing happened after a long time, as they seemed to have balanced each other out and refused to work together. But now, it seems it has finally happened. It wasn't them who did it? Death Reverence was finally truly awakened. My lord found a vessel, but it was dealt with? Was it Grand Tao's doing? He could not find any more information, which frustrated him slightly. It was extremely difficult for his lord to find a vessel that was not only worthy, but perfectly fit with him. Death Reverence grunted. He wanted to immediately rush to the Eternal Ascension world to find the truth. Sadly, his current strength can only deal with one of those two, and he knows no matter their conflict or disagreement, they will work together to kill him. Death Reverence sighed deeply. If I were as powerful as that Outer God clone, it would not be easy for Grand Tao to deal with my actions. It was frustrating as he finally reached the level where he could achieve his goals, but Grand Tao has been keeping an eye on his every action, so he must act strictly by the rules, or he might be exiled, ruining all his plans and efforts. Death Reverence removed his sight from this event, focusing on the entire chaos universe at large. He immediately noticed the underlying chaos and strife due to the all-seeing temple. So, it's already time for another major event? Perfect. The corpse-selling sect thrives during times of war and death. So, he immediately ordered all his members to begin spreading more altars. Death shall walk on this world one day, and all sentient beings will revel at his name and presence. Death Reverence entered his deep sleep after saying these words. Prehistoric world, what did he do? Hong Jun muttered after sensing the removal of the protection he provided to the kid. He mobilized his primary Tao, destiny, to divine the truth while holding onto Pangus' axe. What's this? He suddenly felt an opportunity to catch the truth, so he followed it. He did not stop sifting through the threads of destiny to find his answer. Blood dripped from his orifices, and the entire prehistoric world trembled, alarming countless entities. However, Hong Jun did not care. He was so close. So, that is the cause of the catastrophe, he muttered while smiling wryly. He foresaw chaos and danger that could possibly destroy his home, so he took measures to ensure its safety or survival. But he never expected his actions would, in fact, lead to the catastrophe. So, we have to make a choice between those two? No, with our karmic connection, we are already marked to one side. He sighed deeply. Master, what happened? A voice rang outside his purple palace. However, before he could reassure them, another booming voice echoed. Hong Jun, what happened? I was doing a divination. No normal divination would have such a reaction, asked another deeper voice without the boom. Any important information? No. Are you sure? The reaction was mostly from the backlash. Hong Jun explained calmly. I'm currently injured and need to enter seclusion. I need you two to keep an eye on things for me while I recuperate. It's that bad, huh? Asked the one with a deep voice. Yes. Don't worry. Nothing will happen with us present, added the booming voice. Hong Jun sensed their dissipating presence before sighing in relief. He did not know how these two would react to this news, so he kept it to himself for now. Now, what should my next step be? He was confused, as his decision would affect the entire world, so he needed to be careful. Hong Jun sighed before reassuring his disciples. Then, he entered seclusions. He was not lying about his injuries, so he indeed needed to recuperate. He also needed this peaceful time to think and plan ahead. Eternal Ascension World, Lower Dimension, Myriad Emperor World. Wang Wei sat on this throne, deep in thought. Recent events have proven that it may not be enough, no matter how careful he thinks he is. Would things have gone better had he waited until becoming an everlasting Empyrean before destroying the Death World? Highly unlikely, especially since he was dealing with a chess game involving higher beings and entities. However, it would also have granted him more options. I always thought that no matter the situation, Grand Dao would follow the rules, but it appeared that was not the case. That bastardly thing is not as emotionally stable as I imagined. There is a possibility that he did not know all the rules, but Wang Wei did not care, nor was it relevant, since he was convinced the latter acted out of selfishness. That science and technology world. In fact, he would have definitely destroyed the world once he left. After analyzing that mark, Wang Wei knew the quantum would have evolved beyond his control and to the point that he could not destroy it if he wished to. But if I had more time, I could have found another solution to restrict its development or maybe create another weaker version before doing so. At the very least, I could have removed the new data from the Watchers before destroying it. But now, he gritted his teeth, thinking how much of an advantage he lost with its destruction. Then, there was the dark truth, which was another choice. Wang Wei was convinced that his parents and families would benefit somehow after entering the fog. Now, that is all gone. Death Reverence. Count your days since now. You're on my list of variables to eliminate. Wang Wei was already worried about this path to transcendence due to his future self's actions. So he did not appreciate any foreigners, outer gods or not, interfering in this world and making the process even more complicated. And once he has the opportunity and strength, he will eradicate that bastard with utmost impunity. Wang Wei opened his robe to look at his chest. Although there was no mark, some of him still felt it was there. He never hated any of his experiences in his cultivation journey as much as he hated this branding. He always knew he was someone's pawn, but the mark was physical proof that someone saw him as nothing but a worthless and discarded object. And there was the idea that his life was controlled by someone else, that his fate was not his own, that his freedom was shackled. He truly hated the experience. I must ask Grand Dao whether there are any hidden marks on my body due to my status as a fate seed. Although using his question like this might be a waste since he could ask for a direct path of transcendence, he needed to know for his sanity's sake. Anyway, he was confident in himself regarding this aspect, but whatever mark may be left on him is not something he can deal with anytime soon. The issue is whether that bastard will follow the rules or not. This thought frustrated him. The fact that Grand Dao was unreliable affected many of his plans, and to say he was annoyed by this fact is an understatement. Now, I can only wait. Regardless of the future, he decided to use that question before entering the Paragon realm, before it became too late. Swish! Someone appeared in the throne room. What happened? Yian asked. Why are you here? Wang Wei asked as he woke up from his deep ponder. Don't you see outside? Wang Wei looked, and he noticed his bad mood had created a somber vision with dark clouds with flashes of lightning covering the entire world. Wang Wei did not care, so he waved his hand to disperse the visions. He did not want the mortals to be scared and cause trouble. What happened to make you so angry? She knew how much control her son had over his emotions, so something big must have happened for him to behave like that. Yian suddenly thought of something. Did you receive bad news from the daughter-in-law? No, nothing like that. Something just happened that pissed me off. Want to talk about it? No, I'm fine, Wang Wei replied. He wanted to be alone. No, he wanted to talk to her, but that was not happening. Are you sure? We could have one of our night talks when you were young. You know, just us laying on the bed as I tell you stories about the world. Instead, you can talk about how you feel. Better yet, we could be the ones underneath the moonlight. I appreciate the offer, but Wang Wei suddenly paused. You know what? I don't see why not. He snapped his finger to change the day into night before teleporting away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1145 Yinyang Dao Foundation. Wang Wei and Yu Yin lay in a vast green plain, head-to-head, while their feet pointed in different directions. They looked at the beautiful moon hanging in the sky, with the shining stars accentuating the view. Feeling better? Yin asked. Yeah, you don't sound too convincing. Now, I could sleep if I want or smile. So, I would say I'm feeling better, Wang Wei replied. That is progress. Life is all about highs and lows, and this experience is just of the lows, she reassured him. How is father and grandpa? Your father finished his 9-extremity foundation, so he's in good spirits. Is he now trying to attempt 10 supremacy? Not yet. We've been spending time together. It's good to be by each other's side. Do you want to return home? No, it's best to keep the charade going to prevent any trouble, Yu Yin explained. Plus, it's been good spending time at home with my sister. Not to mention the distance has spiced things between me and your father. You, too much information. You're a grown man. Why are you embarrassed? Sex is no matter how old I am. I do not want to know about your sex life. Wang Wei cut her off. Plus, you always say I'm your little boy no matter how much I grow or do. But all of a sudden, I'm a grown man? The hypocrisy. Ian chuckled out loud. Grandpa should be out of his seclusion. Yes, he wanted to see you one last time before ascending. Wang Wei grunted. Is something wrong? I haven't determined my relationship with true heavenly Tao after what happened, so he should postpone his trip to ensure nothing happens. Yu Yin frowned. I don't think he'll listen to you this time. What makes you say that? He seems determined to finish this battle to perfect his Tao heart and start his reincarnation. With how he's been acting, I don't think he will postpone anymore. In that case, I can't let him see me. That's mean. Yu Yin knew how stubborn her father-in-law could be about certain things, so he might not listen to her son. However, he would never leave without saying goodbye. Wang Wei shrugged. This was the only way to deal with that old man once he became stubborn. By the way, do you need my help re-establishing your foundation? He could tell his mother was also approaching the limit like most of the emperors of this generation, so he offered his services. No, I'll do it myself, Yu Yin replied. However, you may be able to help me with this? She handed him an information talisman. A yin-yang cultivation technique? Really? His lips twitched. Don't just focus on the title, but its purpose. Wang Wei frowned before reading the entire thing. His eyes immediately lit up. Interesting. You want to use yin-yang dual cultivation to achieve 10 supremacy foundation with father's help? Yes. I had the idea after Lu Cheng proved the Tao, so I've been studying the infatuation and yin-yang love flower. What do you think? Is it feasible? Wang Wei took a moment to deduce. It is, but you'll need a few things. Firstly, it's best to achieve a perfect 9-extremity during your foundation reestablishment. If your foundations are too far apart in scale, this won't work like for the yin-yang love flower. I figured as much. Yin nodded. Second, you will need a medium similar to the yin-yang love flower. No, it will be best to use the flower itself. I feared as much, Yu Yin sighed. The infatuation flower was one of those rare herbs with such a specific condition of growth that could be described as extreme. Lu Cheng was lucky to receive one. No, maybe if not for Wang Wei's luck being intertwined with his, he might never have acquired one. Let me scan the lower dimension to see if there is still one left. Wang Wei suggested before searching the endless void. I found one, but it's in the early stages of gestation. It might take a while to bloom. It's fine. I have nothing but time. Yuyan had a bright smile. As long as she could get her hands on it, everything else did not matter. I have a better idea. I'm about to send Wang Qi on another voyage. I'll ask him to try to get his hands on one, or maybe even a completed yin-yang flower, Wang Wei said. And if that doesn't work, he'll find some unique qi for you in the source qi space to accelerate the infatuation flower process. No, wait, why am I so stupid? I could just find some qi that will help your technique. There is definitely something that can help with Tao foundations. As reliable as ever, Yu Yin replied with a smile, but inside, she was not too happy. She thought she would have been able to help him more after proving the Tao, but things didn't go as well as she wished to. Wang Wei's usual perceptiveness did not know to notice his mother's feelings, so he continued. The last thing you need to watch out for might be tribulation. The rules of heaven and earth already make it difficult to re-establish the foundation, and what you're doing will definitely aggravate the situation. I expected as much. As far as Yin is concerned, only 2 people have achieved 10 supremacy, and her husband will become the 3rd, assuming Dong Lifen did not achieve the alternate method beforehand. So, once she tries to do it in a crooked way, Heavenly Tao will be lenient on her due to her innovation and be extra strict on her for cutting corners. No, the situation is more severe than you think. The tribulation will definitely be based on a yin-yang theme or testing the relationship between you and Father. If something goes wrong, don't worry. The love between us cannot be faltered or broken apart by a mere heavenly Tao. Yu Yin sneered while her eyes showed her confidence. She could already deduce what this test would try. Its main focus will probably be their struggle in their younger days when they had to worry about their clan's expectations and the fact they had to fight for the heavenly battle. However, even back then, Wang Tian was prepared to throw away everything for her and her for him. Luckily, she was smart enough to come up with the pact ideal, but even without it, nothing could have stopped them. Your confidence reassures me, Wang Wei replied with a smile. Wang Wei added his input on the technique before handing it to her. Have you made a choice? About what? Your 10th revolution bloodline. Oh, that. Yu Yin had a significant choice to make. Only she achieves the 10th revolution, but the immemorial tribulation would, in turn, become manageable to the point she could pass it on her own or follow Wang Wei's path and allow the Yu clan to gain the benefit. However, she would need Wang Wei's help for the tribulation, but there is a decent chance she might not pass. Then, there is also the worry that their clan will be unable to bear the karmic weight of being a human fiend god clan. I think he'll do it alone, Yu Yin said with a sigh. I've tried a few divinations, and things do not end well for us if they have such a bloodline, even with the Tao opening sect protection. Knowing you, I'm guessing you did not completely give up? That's right. I plan on building up the sect's luck and destiny, so I need some achievements or memorialized luck before I ascend. That won't be enough. I know. That's why I also plan to see if my ancestor is alive in the upper dimension and if we can revive the clan there. That's a long-term project, Wang Wei reminded. Luckily, we have plenty of time. True, Wang Wei nodded. Any concrete plans? Some, for example, start a cult. Wang Wei's lips twitched. How would a cult help? You know what? Never mind. Tell me the other ideas. You're no fun. Well, there is. The two spent the next few hours talking until the sun rose. They had fun as they talked about various subjects, some downright silly. It was the perfect distraction Wang Wei needed. Dad and Grandpa should be waiting for us. Indeed, Yu Yin exhaled. The old man will not be happy that you want to see him. Old man. He's not here, so who cares if I'm disrespectful? Aren't you worried that I will rat you out? If you do, then I will know that I wasted all that time spoiling you as a kid, and you can leave because you're no longer my favorite child. I'm your only child. I said what I said, and I meant it too. Wang Wei chuckled out loud. You can tell the old man the truth if he gets suspicious. Anyway, I want to see him as long as I don't feel reassured. All right, say hi to Dad for me. Wang Wei disappeared, returning to the court. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1146 Arc. Wang Wei sat on his throne, and after a few seconds, a figure rose from a shadow spot before him. Master, Wang Ju, update me. Yes. First, President Tian Wenyan is dead, and the court has conquered the Commerce Hub's territory. That should be expected. The man's effort was nothing but a last-ditch effort, so he was bound to die no matter what. Do you know why he never surrendered to us? Someone he loved dear died during the war, so he blamed us, blamed you. Is that so? No matter how cunning or brilliant someone is, they will always have some sort of emotional fetters, unless they walk the path of indifference. Do we know who? Never mind. Continue. With Tong Rubing's talisman, we have hunted down most of the Abyss Gap branches, but a few successfully escaped despite our well-coordinated efforts. Escape? Where? Back to the Gap. Didn't we have people blocking and supervising the entrance? Those people suddenly disappeared, and no matter the method we tried, we could not locate them. So, the best conclusion is that they somehow returned. We are still investigating the details, but making little to no progress so far. I see. Wang Wei's gaze penetrated the endless space to spy at the Abyss Gap. Is something about to happen before I actively deal with this thing? That's annoying. He wanted to be careful and eliminate the problem after becoming an everlasting Empyrean. You don't need to put too much emphasis on them anymore, Wang Wei ordered. The Abyss Gap was his problem, so it was best for the Fate Shadow Guards to focus their attention and resources elsewhere. What else? Sir, have you heard of the Golden God? Wang Ju asked. What's that? It's a new force that has risen during your retreat. New force? Are they important enough for you to bring up? Wang Ju secretly looked at her master. She had the nagging suspicions that the Golden God was another pawn his master threw out for whatever plans. The latter's rise was too sudden and fast, and his unparalleled strength could not come out of nowhere. It made sense the Commerce Hub and the Spirit Genesis sect had such power, but this Golden God? His strength was inexplicable and so random that the entire thing screamed a plot. However, since the sect master did not want to tell the truth, he must have his reason. In just a short period, the Golden God has conquered more than 1,400 world communities, even more than us. Are you serious? Wang Wei asked with a somber tone. Yes. The Endless Void is currently divided into 3 sections. Us, the Golden God, and everyone in between who is yet to be conquered. Is that so? The feeling that this was all a ploy intensified after seeing her master's reaction. However, Wang Ju did not ask and continued. That's the current situation. The good news is with this new enemy, the remaining world communities were forced to establish a court as a way to condense their military power. So, our objectives could be said to be two-thirds. Two-thirds. The Golden God does not allow the existence of courts. Instead, he forced all conquered worlds to worship him. Well, two-thirds is not a bad result, Wang Wei nodded. So, what should we do about him? Wang Ju asked. Don't worry about it. They'll have a court meeting to discuss things. More importantly, how is the expansion of the Fate Shadow Guards? Excellent. We are meeting your expectations, and by the time we've spread throughout the lower dimension, everything should be prepared. That's good news. Wang Wei nodded before handing the law tree seed to her. Give this to Origin One and tell him to find someone to plant it. Wang Ju received the seed, wondering why the sect master tasked him with such a mundane thing. Couldn't he just do it himself? Okay, you're dismissed, Wang Wei said after talking for another few minutes. Wang Ju bowed before she dissipated. She knows me too well, Wang Wei thought. Such a quality is perfect for the kind of role Wang Ju is in, but it also becomes a weakness that Wang Wei's opponent could exploit. He does not think Wang Ju would ever betray if she were ever captured, but there were too many ways to extract information from her. That's why she cannot ascend with me. The lower dimension is the perfect protection for her until I'm strong enough to protect her from these methods. Wang Wei felt it was truly a shame, given how much time and effort he spent to train her to be this capable. Previously, he did not want to take her mainly due to her talent, but he's learned that with his ability, cultivation talents are the least of his problems. Oh good, you're back. Wang Wei turned to look at Su Shi. I came to check on you, but you weren't here. She paused and looked at him intently. Why are you suddenly more beautiful than me? I've always been more beautiful than you. Your ego simply could not accept such a fact until I truly reveal myself to the world. Su Shi rolled her eyes as she observed him more carefully. You're not the kind of person to care about his appearance and purposely make you more beautiful. So what happened? I've got a new skin routine. Care to share? You can't afford it. That's a shame. Su Shi sighed deeply. However, now, we will never beat the rumors about us. Wang Wei's lips twitched as he could already foresee what people would say about his new change. For example, he felt inferior, so he changed his appearance to be more worthy of being with Su Shi, and that one will probably be the mildest of them. Don't mention those things, or my mood will worsen. So are you all right? I'm fine. Su Shi looked at him. Well, if you say so. We need another court meeting, as there are many things for you to decide, especially the ambassador from the Central Region. Central Region? I'm assuming you've been debriefed on the current situation of the Endless Void? Well, that's the name we have given the regions between us and the Golden God. That's a lazy name, but I guess it's straightforward enough. Their people have been for a while, asking for an audience with you. All right. With a thought, the court's bell rang worldwide, signaling that a court meeting would occur 3 days later. Then, the two chatted briefly before Su Shi left. Wang Wei gazed at the world. 28,000 years passed while he was in the dark truth, so a few important things occurred in his absence. For example, Liu Cheng had already ascended, becoming the first emperor in this generation to leave. The innate demon gods were perfectly integrated into the world, and as he planned, the innate demons were now allied with the demon race in the north, while the primordial gods were now allied with human forces. Finally, the myriad emperor world received baptism from the 5 sacred beasts because of Huafeng Wang. From now on, the 5 elements and yin-yang of the world were perfected, and the world's luck was more condensed, which allowed it to give birth to more talents. More importantly, the 5 sacred beasts were considered holy creatures, hence their high immunity to curses. Because of this blessing, children born from the myriad emperor world will also have a slight immunity to curses, and the myriad emperor world itself cannot be easily cursed. Her actions have actually prolonged the heavenly emperor era by a significant person, Wang Wei thought. No wonder she received a decent amount of merit for her action. His eyes then focused on the western continent. The devil cultivators have essentially been reformed after being used as the court's main military power. Now their strength has reached an all-time low, almost non-existent. Why such a drastic change? Devil cultivators existed because it was a shortcut for people without talents. However, in this generation, resources and training methods are so abundant that it is pointless to become a devil cultivator. For most people, why kill innocent people to increase their cultivation when they could do thousands of simulations beforehand to ensure nothing goes wrong? Then there is the fact that cultivators now have access to thousands of different cultivation systems. They might be talentless in the origin system, but not in other systems. All these changes resulted in the drastic weakening of the Devil Dao. Now, that cultivation has become so much easier. True Heavenly Dao has already created new ways to restrict mortals. Previously, someone had to be born with a leakless body to cultivate the origin system. But now, if someone did not have such talent, they could change to a martial arts system that only required healthy bones or bodies. Arc? Is that the new system? Mortals are now born with or without an arc. Those with the arc can cultivate and those without cannot, no matter the system. Of course, this system is imperfect, as true Heavenly Dao left hope for the people in this era. So, if someone had already used the previous system to walk the path of cultivation, they were fine. Meanwhile, even this new system was not perfect in an attempt to give hope to this era's mortals. As long as they find the right resources, they can condense their arcs, which is not nearly as rare as it used to be. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1147-6 Court Meeting. Before removing his gaze from the Western continent, Wang Wei checked on Feng Hong. As expected, the monk was condensing his first-level golden body of merit. With Buddhism spread throughout the lower dimension, he had the merit for such an achievement. He might even achieve the second level before ascending. Wang Wei thought before checking on everyone else. The only thing to notice was that the 5-element balance palace and the Tai Profound Gate have been focusing their efforts on the celestial harmony world, which made sense since it was a pure Taoism heaven will. With the rise of Buddhism, they needed to do something or they would become obsolete. If Supreme Unity weren't such a bastard, I would have helped you balance out the spread of Buddhism, Wang Wei thought before shaking his head. Supreme Unity might be indifferent to the current state of Taoism, but that would not change the fact he was deeply connected or ingrained with it. Wang Wei summoned Wang Qi. Sect Master, when is your next trip? Omicron M. It should be soon. Many worlds were a little wary of this deal, so they did not send their best during the previous voyage, so their benefit was mainly from the sheer number. But this time, many people knew the benefits and were prepared to send some of their best sealed heaven chosen. Do it now, and once you are there, ask them specifically for an infatuation flower or a yin-yang flower. If they don't have it, try to find it yourself. Even contact the sect if need be. Don't worry, Sect Master. You can always count on me. I know, and as I promised, once this is over, you'll have one of the eternal powerhouse spots. Wang Qi's eyes lit up in excitement. His job might look easy, but every time he ascended, he risked his life. An accident could happen at any time in the upper dimension, and based on the scale, even Wang Wei may not be able to save him. Wang Qi left, and Wang Wei summoned the leaders of the innate demon gods. He had never met them in an official capacity and thought this was a perfect opportunity to welcome them. He thanked them for their services during the war and asked how they were adapting to the world. The meeting lasted a few hours, and Wang Wei displayed his charm and charisma as a leader. Once they left, he closed his eyes, waiting for the meeting time. His grandfather tried to come to see him, but he left to see Li Jun to hide from him. So, the old man had already caught the situation, and Yi Yin had to tell him the truth. His reaction was as expected. He was angry. He almost made a scene before the court had it not been for Wang Tian to talk him out of it. In other words, His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, averted another family scandal after what happened to his mother. The meeting's date arrived, and everyone arrived on time. Even Feng Hong sent in a projection to attend. Everyone immediately noticed Wang Wei's new temperament, and some people did not hide their gossip, making him speechless. Wang Wei raised his hand to stop these people from chattering. We have a lot of work to do, apparently. So, let's get down to business, starting from the most crucial to the least. We're the ambassadors. A beautiful woman with long brown hair, long legs on the side of her cut hanfu, and cupped hands led a group of 5 people. I am Hualong. On behalf of the Central Region Alliance, I salute you, the Heavenly Emperor of Virtue. She bowed deeply, followed by the others. Heavenly Emperor of Virtue? That's a name I've never heard of. Your Majesty, people no longer refer to you as the first Heavenly Emperor, but by this new title, one of the ministers explained. Is that so? Then, why didn't they just call me the Supreme Heavenly Emperor? It's direct and very fitting. No one answered him, and some people looked awkwardly at each other. I see, Wang Wei uttered. That name is too powerful and domineering, and some refused to accept it. So, instead, they put in a virtuous title to put me in a box and force me to act in a certain way that fits that title. And if I don't, They have justifiable cause to ruin my reputation. I'm guessing whoever suggested that name was definitely a scholar used to using morality to restrain other emperors or rulers. Hua Long was calm, but not everyone she brought could remain calm under such an atmosphere, so a few had bright red faces. Meanwhile, the court ministers looked at these ambassadors with a sneer. They knew what kind of person their leader was, and it was truly the biggest joke to think of them for being able to use rules and morality to restrain that man. So, who is the scholar? Wang Wei asked toward the ambassadors, but somehow immediately changed his mind. Forget it. Such a person is not significant enough for me to remember their name. Regardless, I like the name. It should serve its purpose in times like this. This man has no regard for any rules, Hua Long thought. He will use that title for his benefit. When needed, he will instantly abandon it and become a tyrant, and he will not hesitate in the slightest. What brings you here to see me? Wang Wei asked. Any attempt for an appeal of emotions, responsibility, and duty will not work on this man, Hua Long thought. Only benefit. She now had to change tactics to approach this meeting. The Golden God is rapidly approaching our territory. We know only you have the strength to stop him. So, we ask that you intervene for the sake of your legacy. For the sake of my legacy? Interesting choice of words, Wang Wei chuckled. I'm curious. He did not immediately give an answer. How many world communities are in your alliance? 538, but we also provide aid to the non-alliance members as long as they ask, and we have the capabilities at a decent size. Do you guys have a leader, or do you have a different governing system? We have an alliance leader, and her name is the Overlord Seal Empress. Seal Dao, huh? Wang Wei muttered. She must be very capable of convincing so many worlds and communities. She is. Without her, the situation would have been worse. Wang Wei nodded. Tell me, what is your exact plan? Hua Long frowned. We hope to work together to eradicate this threat by establishing connections through the dream world. With all our might combined and our ability to mobilize troops, the Golden God will not have a chance, and we can free the people he has enslaved. What's in for me? So direct, Hua Long thought. We know that we must rely on your strength, so we are prepared to offer most of the benefits. That's a good way of saying you're going to make the least effort and sacrifice, but still want a significant share of the profit. No, that is not our objective. Our goal dash, all right. Wang Wei raised his hand. You don't need to be a genius to see how this situation is about to develop. Your Central Region Alliance is the weakest of the three parties, so the next step is for me and the Golden God to swallow you until we are the last one standing. Then, we will determine the fate of the lower dimension. The room immediately became quiet. The other ambassadors had ugly expressions, but Hua Long tried to remain calm. The worst situation has occurred. After realizing what kind of person this heavenly emperor was, she felt things would lead in that direction, but she did not expect him to be so direct. I believe this may not be the best approach. And why is that? Our understanding is that your goal is to spread the heavenly courts. However, the Golden God has disbanded the courts in every world he conquered. If you use this approach, you will lose countless worlds and have to start over. And that's on the chance you will be the final winner in this confrontation. Huh, you want my help while also doubting my strength. Not all. I'm just stating a possibility. Wang Wei shook his head. Your argument is not as appealing as you think. I have all the time in the world, so I don't care about wasting time, especially since I will preserve more benefits in the long run. Your Majesty, listen to my proposal instead, Wang Wei added. Your alliance should surrender to us. No, absolutely not, said one of the ambassadors, so Hua Long stared at him coldly, making him tremble. You saw how I've treated the remnants of the Commerce Hub. You saw how prosperous these worlds have become, and that's despite the fact I've punished them severely for daring to rebel against me. Wang Wei continued. If you guys surrender, your benefit will be world apart from them, and I can even promise you a 20% increase for handing over 500 worlds all at once. And if we don't? Hua Long asked after a brief pause. Then, let the battlefield dictate your fate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1148 Ultimate Comeback. The ambassadors were about to leave after the discussions broke down. Hualong tried her best, but Wang Wei was the kind of no-nonsense person, so he shut down all her other attempts. Now, they needed to report to their leaders so they could make a decision. "Have your leader come see me for the next meeting," Wang Wei declared before dismissing them. Then, he focused on the crowd. "As you can see, we're about to enter another major war, and once this one is over, we will finally achieve our goal of spreading throughout the endless void." These ministers' eyes shone brilliantly. War meant resources, profit, and more importantly, glory. They will leave their marks on the history of the lower dimension, and that's something to brag about for countless eras to come. To prepare for this war, we must have a meeting with all the courts under our influence, Wang Wei said, preparing to call all 1,000 other heavenly emperors. "Your Majesty, before you do that, why don't we deal with our internal issues?" "Right," Wang Wei said with a grunt. "All right, let's get started." Many things needed his focus or decisions during his long absence, so Wang Wei dealt with those first. And since he technically had a hands-off approach to the court since the war with the martial hegemony world, there were some issues as far back as then for him to deal with. The entire process took hours despite his superhuman process speed, mostly because many people began to argue, and since they were not arguing for the sake of argument and making good points, Wang Wei listened to them before making a decision. Finally, he dealt with everything and started an even larger meeting. Wang Wei's throne was located on a slightly elevated podium, and with a snap of his finger, he summoned more than 1,200 thrones on his right and left side. Before the meeting proceeded, he chatted with a few people he was close to, like Jilan Fong, the Monkey King, or the original members of his alliance. They discussed and strategized for the next war, which would be even bigger than before. They established a new war room and elected a new commander. Sadly, Tai Gang failed the competition and was elected as the vice commander. The final part of the meeting was training and simulation of this war in the dream world. So once that was established, everyone dispersed, waiting for the next possible changes in the situation. Wang Wei was once again left alone, so he finally took the time to check on his pawn. If everyone could see the feared Golden God right now, they would be extremely surprised as he was currently facing a life-and-death situation. Heaven-devouring Emperor, you are so predictable, Wang Wei thought with a grin. That bastard survived the Heaven Will battle and tried to stage a comeback from the Nine Devil God world. Sadly for him, that was Wang Wei's property, so his attempt was futile. However, Wang Wei had a hunch he might be useful, so he let him escape, allowing him to run far away from him. Now, he was glad he did so. With my karma-unbound physique, it doesn't matter if I manufacture a catastrophe to get the human emperor position or reap other benefits. However, it would benefit me if the catastrophe were more real, as true heavenly Tao would be less likely to remember and hold a grudge. He grinned as things proceeded as expected. After escaping, the heaven-devouring emperor's only thought was to regain his strength and avenge himself. Sadly, his luck was currently in the negative, so most of his efforts and attempts failed miserably until he heard about the Golden God's rise. So, he assumed the identity of a regular cultivator in a world community about to be conquered. Once the Golden God enslaved his mind with his parasite, the Heaven-Devourer Emperor found ways to make sure he looked like one of the ladder's undying followers. Then, he slowly climbed the political ladder by showing his tactical mind and gaining the Golden God's trust. The Heaven-Devouring Emperor became the ladder's right-hand man, but everything was just a ploy to use the ladder's hand to eliminate Wang Wei and avenge himself. Unfortunately, the Heaven-Devouring Emperor's greatest flaw is his greedy nature. So he starts lusting after the Golden God's powers themselves instead of using him to avenge his humiliating defeat. He observed, analyzed, and waited, and with the Golden God's unilateral trust in his parasite, the heaven-devouring emperor had the opportunity to get close. He discovered the latter's strength originated from the armor and prepared for ways to suppress its power temporarily. Then, at the right time, when his opponent's guard was at its lowest, he attacked. If nothing unexpected occurs, the heaven-devouring emperor will become the main personality, and this catastrophe will officially become real, not man-made. Wang Wei had nothing to do with the heaven-devouring emperor's actions. He just predicted them. So, true heavenly Tao cannot blame him. He silently removed his spiritual particle from the armor and closed his eyes. Heaven Mountain World. That's everything that happened. Hualong finished her explanation while looking respectfully at a woman dressed in a long flowing robe with clear blue eyes and a red mark on her forehead. She was as beautiful as a celestial being, but with a natural oppression emanating from her body. She stood above this cold mountain enveloped by snow, but her beauty somehow eclipsed this wonderful sight. Even more, her white clothes made her seem purer than the snow itself. "Your Majesty, I'm sorry. I have failed you," said a thin scholar in yellow robes holding a whisk. He lowered his head in shame, and he seemed genuine. The Overlord Seal Empress looked in the distance. "It's not your fault. No one could have predicted that the Heavenly Emperor of Virtue would have this personality. Even so, I should have thought that someone with such achievements could not be easily manipulated." The Overlord Seal Empress turned around to focus on the group. She patted the scholar on the shoulder to reassure him, and he immediately felt the utmost honor, followed by shame since he failed her. "Did you investigate what I asked?" "Yes, Your Majesty," Hualong responded. "Hong Wu is indeed Wu Hong, or Empress Wu from the Myriad Emperor world, the ender of the Devil era. We've guessed as much. But what else do you know? Does she have a lineage or clan?" "Unfortunately, no. According to what I found, she was alone most of her life, and the devil gods exiled her to the upper dimension before she had a chance to establish one." "Is that so?" The Overlord Seal Empress sighed. She wanted to pay respect to her master's lineage, but now it seems she has to ascend before getting the chance. "There is something else. If you have any information, why are you hesitating to tell His Majesty?" The scholar chimed in. Hualong stared at him. She was trying to be gentle in her news delivery. "What is it? You can tell me." "The first Heavenly Emperor might be connected to Empress Wu." "Connected how?" "They're Tao companions." "What nonsense are you talking about?" The snow mountain suddenly became colder. "According to their history, he married a woman, Wu Hong, and she also used sealing Tao. That doesn't mean it's her." "True, but she looked exactly like any portrait of Empress Wu, except older and with a more mature aura," Hualong explained. The Overlord Seal Empress frowned. "Show me the picture." Then, her brow furrowed deeper as she saw the projection Hualong showed her. "It might still not be her." "That is also true," Hualong nodded. "According to rumors, before he proved the Tao, they believed she was either Empress Wu's descendant, a clone, or her reincarnation. However, what? She suddenly disappeared before their final battle. The main theory is that she was, indeed, Empress Wu, who had to reincarnate for some reason. However, she regained her memories and ascended. So, their relationship ended? That I don't know. What I do know is she is still labeled as their court's queen mother." The Overlord Seal Empress frowned. Such a thing could mean many things. The first Heavenly Emperor might just be pining after her master, or she might have acknowledged their companionship despite the weird circumstances in which they occurred. "Let me ask you, does he have any other wives or concubines?" "Oh no. Apparently, he's famous for being loyal." "Really? You're telling me a man with such power does not have any other wives and concubines?" "Officially, that is the truth." "Officially?" The Overlord Seal Empress asked. "There are rumors he's in a secret relationship with the Time Void Empress, but they are both married and don't seem like the kind of people who would do such a thing. Plus, this man doesn't care about public perception, so he does not need to hide it. He could be doing it to protect the Void Time Empress reputation," the scholar added. "Or he's afraid of what my master will do to him once she finds out. The Overlord Seal Empress sneered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1149 Bias. Your Majesty, what should we do now? The scholar asked. The situation had reached the worst possible outcome, and their choice would have catastrophic effects. What do you think? The Empress asked. The scholar paused. I'm afraid our only option is to surrender unless there is some kind of miracle. His original plan involved Wang Wei succumbing to his virtue, title, and manipulating him into a cooperative relationship with the Central Regions. And if he refused, he could smear his name and use public opinion to force him to conform. Sadly, this plan was eliminated before it even started. Come on, I know you could do better than this. The scholar's body paused before lowering his head. He then glanced at Hua Long from the corner of his eyes and signaled her to speak. Our only choice besides war or surrender is to see if we can use the first Heavenly Emperor's affection for his wife to negotiate a more peaceful approach. However, such tactics rely solely on the fact that he truly loves and would do anything for her. Hua Long stated calmly. Do you think such a tactic will work? The Empress asked. No. Oh? So, you also think he's not as faithful as he seems? Not all. Then why? Hua Long paused. I think this man will not let anyone or anything stop his ambition. Ever his wife's disciple. Your Majesty, I will be honest. You're probably not her disciple in his eyes, just an inheritor. Hua Long, you've gone too far, the scholar chided. I merely wish to give Her Majesty all the information possible so she can make the correct decision. Correct? By whose standard or idea? I misspoken, so she can make the choice she sees as the best. You're all right enough. The Overlord Seal Empress chimed in. She looked in the distance. Arguing is pointless since the council will not let me make such an important decision alone. But they will consider your opinion, the scholar added. True. The Empress nodded before pondering for over a minute. Hua Long, what do you think I should do? I think it best to meet the Emperor with an open mind and make a decision after a deep enough conversation to understand what kind of person he is. Why would you suggest something like that, knowing Her Majesty could not leave the Central Region? The scholar quickly said, they've held on for so long because the Empress created a brilliant array that linked over 500 world communities and channeled their powers through her. However, the downside is she cannot leave the Central Region. I've acquired temporary access to the Dream World so Her Majesty can have the meeting there. The Dream World is his domain. Do you think she won't be in danger? Hua Long looked at him. The reason we have to rely on him is due to his strength, which is possibly higher than that of the Golden God. Do you think anyone can stop him if he wishes to kill anyone? The scholar did not have a comeback, as she was correct. However, he still felt this was too dangerous, so he decided to argue just to argue. Anyway, he only wishes for Her Majesty to be safe. All right, set up the meeting. Your Majesty, you know you have no argument, the Empress said, and the scholar blushed. Hua Long took out a talisman and activated it. The Empress soon found herself in the Dream World version of the Myriad Emperor World's court. However, they were not in the throne room, but in the garden. What do I call you? Wang Wei asked. Shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Wang Wei frowned. You can call me Wang Wei. The name's Hong Meilin. Hong. She changed her name to Hong Wu while visiting my world. I was an orphan and did not have a surname, so I thought of taking hers, Hong Meilin explained. Now that she knew her master's real name was Wu, she wished to change it, but decided to do so after getting her approval. Wang Wei nodded. I thought your Dao would be an exact copy of hers. If I did that, I would never have passed her test, Hong Meilin scuffed. The trial specifically asked for her to create her own Dao based on the Sealing Dao. So she replaced the Control Dao with Overlord Dao and added a bit of Destruction Dao to make up for the Heaven/Knowledge Dao of her master. Wang Wei's brow once again furrowed. May I ask why this hidden hostility toward me? It's obviously not from the decision I made today in court. Hong Meilin's body paused. As Hua Long suggested, she told herself to be open-minded and less biased, but she could not help it after seeing the man. Since it's out on the table, it'll be direct. Do you have other women besides my master? Wang Wei's lips twitched. Many things suddenly clicked in his mind with this question alone. Not that it's any of your business, but no. She's the only woman for me, and I've said that many times. What about the rumors of you with the Void Time Empress? They are just that, rumors. Rumors do not come out of nowhere, Hong Meilin countered. With how much power you have and that weird aura that draws people toward you naturally, I doubt you can remain devoted to only one woman. Like I said, they're just rumors. Then why haven't you done anything to stop them? Not a public statement or even a slight comment during court, Hong Meilin asked with a sneer. She felt a rush of passion at the thought she was defending her master from being deceived by this cheater. It's the illusion of freedom, Wang Wei replied. People think they have way more power than they do when they can publicly or privately discuss their ruler's scandalous love life without any consequences. So, I allow them that illusion. I'm not buying such a weak excuse. Wang Wei immediately realized this woman was a lost cause. Her worship of his wife has lowered her IQ by half. The fact that you attended this meeting with biased notions about me based on rumors speaks more about your character than mine. Hong Meilin's body suddenly paused. She felt all the joy and excitement rapidly leave her body like a deflating balloon. Then, her body trembled in fear as she looked at how his eyes turned from calm and a little cheerful to calm and indifferent. If not for your connection to her, I would have wiped you from the annals of history for your blasphemous words, Wang Wei said calmly. This meeting has officially ended. Return where you came from and make your decision, surrender or death. Wang Wei waved his hand to dismiss her before opening his eyes on the throne. He was lost in thought for a few minutes before muttering, "Shadow." A hooded figure appeared from the shadows before him. "Lord, I need you guys to start a campaign to squash the rumors about me and Su Shi. Spread the words about how much I love my wife and how loyal I am. From now on, I want people who speak about these rumors to be looked at as if they were idiots. It shall be done." The shadow swallowed the hooded figure, and the scary machine, the Fate Shadow Guard, began to operate. Rumors, stories, poems, and even musical pieces about the love story between His Majesty and the disappeared queen began to spread in every corner of the myriad world region. The power of words, myth, and stories, Wang Wei muttered as he observed the process. This might be a better way. Heaven Mountain World. Your Majesty, how did it go? The scholar asked. Hong Meilin sighed deeply. Longer, I'm sorry. You didn't listen to me, did you? Hualong asked. Unfortunately. Tell you didn't at least offend him. If you want to hear a lie, I can. Hualong grunted while the scholar showed signs of slight panic. You want to attack us, right? The situation has not reached this point, Hong Meilin answered with a deep sigh. But we must try to alleviate the situation. What do you have in mind? Can you still use the talisman? Hualong tried activating it a second time, but to no avail. In that case, we must send another diplomatic envoy to apologize. Take out 3 of our most expensive and rare objects from my collection to give as an apology. Although Hong Meilin knew the man would not care about her little wealth, what truly matters is her intention. Then, Hualong asked, I need to meet the council. Have you made a choice? Hong Meilin nodded. The only good thing from this interaction is that I've confirmed this man is indeed more powerful than the Golden God. She fought with the Golden God and knew his strength and aura. So, she can say for sure that he paled in comparison to that monster. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1150, Missing Link. Wang Wei was deep in thought, thinking about the idea that just flashed in his mind. He deduced and refined this plan to ensure it would work without any problem. He removed the crystal with the corpse-selling sex luck from his neck. He wore this thing on him, so the quantum would remove any backhand left on the thing without him asking. He did not want to use it just in case something was wrong. And from the previous situation, it seemed perfectly fine. Wang Wei removed a significant portion of the luck from the crystal and blessed his father and mother's heaven luck. He did not grant them any specific destiny, but blessed them with an overall destiny to achieve great things in life. I was right about father. Although his talent was unparalleled, he failed in the luck department. He discovered his father's original heaven luck was even worse than his mother's, which was a scary fact given the vast difference in their talents before he became their son. With the earth luck provided by the Tao opening sect, Wang Tian's highest achievement was the Saint Realm before Wang Wei came around. That's how atrocious his heaven luck was. However, now, he had countless destinies, including leaving the ultimate sword path. Wang Wei's action gave him the final push to escape his fate as being a luckless cultivator. Wang Wei watched his father, who suddenly felt the changes in his fate. Wang Tian felt a new sense of freedom, and after figuring out what had happened, he muttered, "Thanks, son." "No problem." Wang Wei smiled because, as of now, his father is guaranteed a brilliant cultivation future even if he were not present or something happened to him. In other words, Wang Tian no longer needs to rely on his destiny to boost him. "Now for the next step," Wang Wei muttered. He entered the River of Time, and it was not the branch that ran through the Myriad Emperor world alone, but the one overseeing the entire lower dimension. He begins to alter the endless void's past slightly. Nothing major, as that would elicit major backlash. Although Wang Wei believed his current strength was enough to bear a significant amount of backlash, that was unnecessary for his plan. The changes he made were minor compared to the grand scheme of things. He spread a story or legend about a man known for his hard work, unwillingness to give up, infinite spirit and will, and ability to break through his limits time and time again when hardship presented itself. Then this man became a god, bringing these traits with him. In fact, this man became the god of endurance, hardship, and limit breaking. The story spread to every corner of the endless void, to every world community, and every world, no matter their levels. The story has changed over time, with many components changing to assimilate to different cultures or the long passage of time. However, no matter what, the core idea of the story about endurance, hardship, and limit breaking never changed. Wang Wei ensured that. "Excellent," Wang Wei muttered as he realized this story has become a fundamental aspect of mortal cultures, even spreading to the cultivation worlds in some areas. Now, all I have to do is officially confer this man as a god and use incense to condense a divine avatar. As a god of limit breaking, you should have the limited ability of a limit breaker. So, as long as Father absorbs and combines your power with his Emperor's soul and Empyrean tier willpower, he should be able to break the limits imposed on him to become a mortal emperor. Wang Wei could imagine how powerful this god would be once he condensed it with incense coming from the entire lower dimension, not to mention the power coming from its myth and legend that has now been ingrained into the very fabric of the lower dimension's culture and collective consciousness. As such, he's not too worried about the latter's ability to break limits. The issue is Father's Emperor soul. Even after becoming an everlasting Empyrean, it won't be easy to help him refine it. He had many ideas to try, mostly using the soul method to temper his father's soul. Why am I thinking so hard? Once I become an Empyrean, I can use my chi ability to find tier 11 chis. I just need to find one for Father's soul. He suddenly felt relieved that he had a concrete plan. His concerns now should only be his relationship with true heavenly Tao and how many things the latter will let him get away with after he becomes an Empyrean in the lower dimension. What's this? Wang Wei suddenly noticed something in the River of Time and stopped himself from living. His gaze focused on the time branches of the Myriad Emperor world and intuitively felt that something was wrong. He observed intently to no avail, so he used other vision prowess and abilities. Then, when he saw the history of his home world as one continuous line, he observed a very subtle cut on the line. In the timeline, That cut is after the Devil Era. Did something happen? Wang Wei approached, observed, deduced, and divined the truth. There was another era after the Devil Era, and was it erased or cut off from history? So many things suddenly make sense now. Emperor Kong ascended in the era after the Devil Era, yet Wu Hong was leagues above him in terms of strength, power, and achievements. It did not make sense logically. Wang Wei thought it was because there was a decent period between the two eras where the world was in a weak state and the fact that the time acceleration in the upper dimension was going crazy after her ascension. But no, it was because the two were separated by an entire era. His Honger had plenty of time to grow, develop, and have all her achievements. This meant that the Second Origin War occurred during that era, meaning it might have been long by comparison to the others, or the time acceleration in the upper dimension was also at an all-time high, Wang Wei concluded. However, he soon moved on to more important information or questions. What could possibly cause the erasure of an entire era? Could it be Time Eater? Did he eat one of the eras when the parasites cleaned up the upper dimension's history? Probably not. Wang Wei looked around, wondering whether this was the only time this happened. He soon noticed another anomaly in the line of time where things were not flowing smoothly. That's when my ancestor Battle Maniac proved the Tao. He suddenly had a thought. Could it be that Battle Maniac did not prove the Tao not because of true Heavenly Tao's balance mechanism, but because of some kind of wibbly, wobbly, timey-wimey related event? Wang Wei observed closer, but his divination failed him this time, so he was deep in thought. It's possible that Battle Maniac became an eternal emperor, but something forcibly changed the timeline and turned him into a pseudo-eternal. This actually makes more sense. After all, there is no way that Qiyuan would not help him establish a nine-extremity foundation. He should have no issue tempering his body, unlike his sworn sister, so achieving a minimum of 3 root was a good estimation. So, how does it make sense for someone with such a foundation only to become a pseudo-eternal? Although not impossible, it would still be a statistical anomaly. Wang Wei's eyes twinkled. Assuming I'm correct, what could cause such devastation to myriad Emperor World's timeline? As soon as he asked this question, Wang Wei knew the answer: the Origin Wars. He felt the truth on the tip of his tongue. The ancestors said he summoned Shadow Ruler and Rainbow to the past to participate in the Second Origin War, and Wu Hong said she saw Battle Maniac fighting in the First Origin War. In other words, the Battle Maniac was the first to be summoned to the past. He slapped his head, wondering why he had never noticed such an obvious incongruency. Whatever methods the ancestry used to summon might have some risks, or something happened during these wars that fundamentally affected the world's timeline. It's also possible that Battle Maniac cannot walk the eternal path due to whatever occurred. He did not believe for a second that Qiyuan did not suggest that his brother reincarnate and restart cultivating so he could walk the eternal path. And Battle Maniac should not be the kind of person who cannot abandon his power for a better future, just like the human emperor. Wang Wei assumed he never did so, because he wanted to prove he was as good as the others despite his previous failure. But now, he guessed things were a lot more complicated. Whatever method the ancestor has to travel to the past might be the answer I'm looking for. But might not be worth it if the backlash is so severe. Wang Wei left the River of Time, still processing the information he had just acquired. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11, 51, 3,800 Seals. Just as he was about to leave, he sensed an aura locked on his body. His body went on high alert as he looked around. In the far distance, he saw a creature staring at him. It had a white robe, which was not really clothes, but part of its body. Its face was like an ugly red grimace mask with a long red nose. Wang Wei's body suddenly became active simply by the creature's gaze and terrifying aura. He was on high alert, ready to use his emergency tactics to face unknown and powerful enemies. However, The creature only gazed at him before dissipating. Was this a warning? Wang Wei thought. This creature should be the time wraiths that Shintong mentioned. So, was it warning me about messing with the space-time continuum on such a grand scale? Duly noted, Wang Wei muttered before leaving. It was a shame he could not use the same tactic for other things, but he expected as much. Regardless, he was satisfied with succeeding once. Things then became quiet for him as he awaited the development of the upcoming war and Wang Qi's return. Eternal Ascension World. I apologize, but someone already bought our last piece of yin-yang flower, and we don't have any more infatuation flower. Is that so? Wang Qi muttered. Do you know where I can buy one? Hold on. Give me a moment to report. Wang Qi nodded. Old Ma used to be in charge of their exchange, but it seems something happened, and he was busy. Now, he had to deal with someone new, and the latter was the kind of person who took his job too seriously, reporting every detail and ensuring he did everything by the rules. 10 minutes later, the new liaison, a strict middle-aged man dressed in simple black clothes, returned. There's a medium-sized loose cultivator black market not far from here. You should be able to find a yin-yang love flower, but you should be careful since we will not provide protection to you. Here is an entrance token. Wang Qi received the token, which also included direct information transmission into his mind about how to travel to that black market exchange. He did not waste time and quickly traveled to his destination. Wang Qi was scared and paranoid since the sect master's resources were still in his hands, and he feared something would happen for him to lose it. His destination was a place called White Line City, and as soon as Wang Qi landed outside, something occurred. He sensed 3 terrifying aura and immediately checked the source. 3 people were confronting each other, and based on their aura, he knew it was 3 great emperors and 1 immortal sovereign. Based on their aura, the emperor's cultivation should be 57%, 54%, and 52%, respectively, and the most powerful one's aura resembled that of a pseudo-eternal. That immortal sovereign has no chance, Wang Qi analyzed while deciding what his next course of action should be. However, he immediately received a shock to his system. The immortal sovereign killed 2 great emperors with 1 attack, and the pseudo-eternal only survived because of a powerful pagoda that appeared above his head. Wang Qi could sense the grand Tao source from the pagoda, but the aura was similar to the broken artifact that caused a sensation among the sleeping ancestors. The battle started, and it soon became apparent that the emperor was holding strictly because of the strength of his artifact. More importantly, his body was beginning to crack as he could not bear the strength of the artifact. No, I can't stay here, Wang Qi thought, as the shockwave from this fight was enough to injure him. So he activated a talisman Wang Wei gave him that teleported him a great distance away. I finally understand why these immortal sovereigns always complained. The restraint on them in the lower dimension is very severe, Wang Qi thought as he spat a mouthful of blood. He swiftly swallowed a pill and regulated his breathing. This world is becoming too dangerous. It's best for me to leave as quickly as possible. The sect master told him to contact the sect only if it was a last resort, and Wang Qi decided now was the time. He found an empty mountain to make a cave and establish some basic formations. Finally, he activated another talisman, and in less than 5 minutes, a projection appeared before him. It did not show a face, only a voice. Wang Qi, I'm surprised you actually contacted us. Elder Wang, he politely saluted. Did something happen? The sect master wants a yin-yang love flower. Really? Wang Yi did not hide his surprise because Wang Wei never asked them for anything despite having access to the sect, a fact that worried some people. Yes, no problem. In fact, we have a superior yin-yang love flower. I'll get it for you. What's the difference? Wang Qi asked curiously. It's when the person who dies to grow the infatuation flower did not know the person they're infatuated with actually loved them back. Then, that person discovers their death place and actually sacrifices themselves to the flower, adding their own infatuation. Such cruelty and specificity. That's why it's even rarer and more potent once it's transformed. A portal appeared before Wang Qi, sending out a black and white seed with pink lines drawn all over its body. Thank you very much, Elder Wang Yi. No problem, and don't hesitate to contact us if you need something. Now that these people have disappeared, we have more room to maneuver and interfere in the general situation. They'll pass the news to the patriarch. Wang Qi did not hesitate as he contacted the Queen Mother. Like before, he found himself teleported before her without even knowing how. What happened? The sect master sent you another gift. He did? He really shouldn't have. Wu Hong sighed as she waved her hand to take Emperor Jia's book and swiftly scanned through it. This disruptor rune is interesting. She had created a disruptor rune, but the idea behind this one was completely different from hers. Her rune targeted the flaw of every Daos, while this one focused on finding a flaw in the overall system of heaven and earth, and used that flaw as a linchpin to disrupt the entire system. It should go well with my rune, she thought, actually appreciating the gift. Tell him thanks, and I will prepare a gift for him once he ascends. Excuse me. What is it? Wang Qi briefly hesitated. Is it possible for you to write a short note for the patriarch? Why? Well, something happened, and he was in a terrible mood. And the last time he wrote to him, he was so happy that heaven and earth manifested visions. Wu Hong's brow furrowed. What happened to him? We don't know. Well, at least I don't. All I know is there were dark clouds above the sky, and he lost so much control of his emotions that I could detect it when I met him. That is indeed bad. Wu Hong nodded. She knew what kind of person he was from the memories, so she understood how bad things must have been for him to lose control to this extent. So, she conjured a note and pen to write him a letter. Do you know if he currently wants something? Nothing comes to mind. Wait, his grandfather is about to ascend for a duel before entering reincarnation. The sect master has been worried about that. Is that so? Tell him that I will guarantee his family's life until he enters reincarnation. Thank you very much, Queen Mother, Wang Qi said, bowing 90 degrees. I know the sect master will be very happy with this news. He took the letter and left after being dismissed. Wu Hong watched him leave, deep in thought for a few minutes. Then, she adjusted her breath before entering her sea of consciousness. She traveled into a deep layer of mind that was protected by too many layers and restrictions. At her destination were 3,800 seals composed of complex and entangled runes, releasing unique powers. She added the disruption runes to one of them before admiring her masterpiece. These runes were her life's greatest work, and with just one of them, she was confident she would defeat any primal paragons in the entire Chaos universe. And there were no exceptions. Sadly, she could not use even one of them without her soul or body collapsing. She couldn't even use a fraction of their powers. I knew this was the price, but it's still infuriating. Wu Hong did not regret choosing this path during the ultimate taboo, but she still wanted to complain. Regardless, as long as I make up for what I'm missing, the path forward will be bright and straightforward. She left this part of her sea of consciousness before disappearing from her retreat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1152, Last Lesson. Sectmaster, I have returned. So soon. Wang Wei thought he would take a little longer, given the task he gave him. Things went smoother than expected. Wang Qi explained as he handed over the space ring with the resources. It was slightly better than expected. Any new information? Wang Wei asked. Nothing significant, except there is a new talent that seems to be performing better than Lin Fan and Yin Jin. Oh. Yes, he appeared out of nowhere, and his mission success soon surpassed Lin Fan and many of the others. Do you know any more information? Besides being called the remorseful emperor, I know very little since the revolution kept tight-lipped about him. Is that so? Wang Wei muttered, thinking who this person could be. Then, his attention was soon shifted to something else. Why is the yin-yang love flower different? It's so potent. Oh, this is what happened. A mutated one? That's excellent news. His mother's chances of success had dramatically increased with this mutated spiritual herb. A small smile crept on the corner of his mouth as he placed away. By the way, the sect said you can contact them after you ascend since they have more freedom. Wang Wei nodded. However, his plan involved minimizing the upper dimension sect's involvement in this upcoming battle. He knew that one wrong move and Supreme Unity might retaliate against the sect for his actions. Although they had Methria's protection, it was not guaranteed she could always protect them, especially if Supreme Unity were adamant about making Wang Wei hurt, no matter the price. Did she like the gift? Wang Wei. Oh, I couldn't tell from her reaction, Wang Qi replied. However, I asked her to write to you because you were in a foul mood. I hope I did not overstep. Did she? Wang Qi immediately handed the letter, and Wang Wei read it with reverence and excitement. A brilliant smile appeared on his face, which further accentuated his newly perfected face and aura. Oh, you clever Wang Qi. You have no idea how much such an act will benefit your future. Wang Wei has prepared 2 types of Eternal Insurgent for the sect. The first kind is strength on par with the weakest Eternal Emperors, only 20% Grand Outsource, and maybe 1 full battle realm. He will grant this strength to people like Yin Shun, who was once his Dao protector but has limited talent. This was the spot he was going to give Wang Qi. But now, after this small action, he decided to give him a spot on the second tier, the Eternal Insurgent that can compete with some of the best Eternals. These spots were reserved for people like Sword 1, Origin 1, Desolate 1, and his favorite ancestor, Wang Wuqing. Although Wang Qi's talent is not on that level and requires more resources and training, Wang Wei will make the effort to raise him. Thank you very much, Patriarch, Wang Qi swiftly declared. Oh, and the Queen Mother said you don't have to worry. She will protect your grandfather. You mentioned it to her? Yes. She asked me if you needed something, and I mentioned it. I've never felt I've picked the perfect person for a job besides today, Wang Wei chuckled. Tell me in detail your interaction. Wang Qi recounted the meeting, and from small context clues, Wang Wei could tell she appreciated the rune since she promised to give him a present after he ascended. He dismissed Wang Qi with a bright smile on his face. Everything went smoothly with Wang Qi's trip, meaning that nothing has changed with my relationship with true heavenly Tao. However, I should observe more so as not to be blindsided, Wang Wei thought. Now that he no longer needed to worry about his grandfather's affairs, he could see his family again. So, he updated Sushur about her husband's new fame before teleporting home. As fate would have it, everyone was gathered since his mother came to visit the family, primarily because the old man was still grumpy because Wang Wei refused to see him before he left. He's an ungrateful grandson. That's what he is, Wang Chong roared. I named, raised, and taught him how to navigate the dangerous cultivation world, and that's how he repaid me. He's unfilial. That's what he is, unfilial. Father, you have to understand Wirepoint. He must have his reasons for worrying. Wang Tian tried to persuade him. Of course, he has every reason to worry, but he has no right to stop me, to keep me hostage. Wang Chang's voice was booming, and if not for the others blocking sounds from leaving the room, everyone would have heard him by now. The cultivation world is full of uncertainty and unpredictableness. You should have understood that by now. Wang Wei coughed to reveal his presence, and Wang Chong turned around with such haste that it appeared as if his neck had broken in the process. It's you, the unfilial thing. On your knees, he yelled, pointing at a corner. Grandpa, didn't you hear me on your knees? Can you just listen to me? So, that's how it is now. You've grown. You got all the power and prestige. So no one could do anything to you? Is that how it is now? Wang Wei sighed deeply before walking to the corner and knelt. He looked at his mother and father for help, but they said nothing. Meanwhile, Wang Chong walked around him in a circle. His chest kept puffing before returning to normal. It seemed he was controlling himself not to say something he would regret. He did this for over a minute before the first word came out of his mouth. I don't know how long I've been waiting for this day. To no longer feel useless, incompetent, and like a failure. How long have I wanted to eliminate this constant feeling and reminder that I'm broken and incomplete? Now, imagine how I felt about preparing for the last hurdle to heal, even if that means death in the process, for you to suddenly stop me by taking my feelings hostage. Wang Wei did not say anything. I understand you were worried about me, but instead of talking to me and explaining your concern, you decided to use emotional manipulation to force me from leaving. Haven't you learned this lesson already? You cannot control everything, and even if you can, sometimes you shouldn't. Wasn't this the crux of your pursuit of freedom? To have the choice and ability to do everything, but have the mind to know when not to do so? Wang Chong looked intently at him, but Wang Wei had no words. The way he reacted was indeed wrong, but he did not think too much of it. However, it seems that control and manipulation had become his instinct and the default way he dealt with people. That in itself is not a problem, but now, it seems this behavior has seeped into his core, and he even dealt with his family in this way. I haven't been able to teach you anything for a long time, but I hope you remember today's events as my last lesson. Now, stay here for a few hours while I cool down. Wang Chong summoned a jar of wine before flying out of the mansion, leaving everyone else. Wang Tian walked to his son and patted him on the shoulder before walking to the table to clean and sharpen his sword. Don't worry. He should calm down in a few hours. Yu Yin reassured him before leaving to cook something for everyone. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was left alone in his shame. He had only seen his grandfather this angry once, and it was when he was 6 or 7 years old. His grandmother had just left for a visit, and Wang Wei was not happy she could not stay. So, he muttered something under his breath about how his other grandfather, Yiyong, was a weak man to have such a terrible injury. Of course, he did not mean it and did not expect anyone to hear him, but his grandfather heard him and punished him severely. Wang Wei always thought he had overreacted that night, but it was only later that he understood that he had hit a nerve when he called the latter weak. After all, there is nothing weak about having the Tao heart being broken. Complacency, Wang Wei thought. I've become too comfortable with the essence of my fate Tao. Manipulation. Although this problem looks small, if left unchecked, it's not impossible for me to be assimilated by my Tao, becoming a puppet to its fundamental nature of manipulating things. And if I dig deeper, the problem might even be more severe. Maybe this is not just because my personality and goals are perfectly aligned with Fate Tao, but also because of my status as a Fate Seed. I may be predisposed, nay, conditioned, to become a mindless puppeteer for the ultimate puppet master Fate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:53 Farewell. Wang Wei had to resist every instinct in his body not to use his immeasurable emperor ability and asked Grand Tao about his fate seed mark. However, he had to stop himself since he did not know whether Grand Tao could be objective and fair. Logically speaking, it should have been an anomaly for Grand Tao to act out of character, out of anger, but he could not know for sure, and that was driving him mad. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. He entered deep into his sea of consciousness, bypassing the new security measures he created to prevent mind readers from spying. He condensed one of his spiritual particles into an avatar/spiritual self. You and I are one, right? Of course, the avatar nodded. So, you know me the best? That's for sure. In that case, your task from now on is to monitor all my actions and pick up on signs that I'm slipping, signs that I'm being assimilated, Wang Wei ordered. No problem, the avatar nodded. It might be best for me to strip myself of all emotions, so I can be more like a machine and observe you more from a data standpoint. That's not a bad idea, Wang Wei agreed. Plus, it's probably best if I left all memories of this conversation with you. With your tendencies, you might indeed try to manipulate the data if you knew someone was observing you. The avatar agreed. How about this? We will have regular meetings to compare the data about my behavior. During this meeting, you can temporarily give me back my memories and take them away after it's done, Wang Wei suggested. That's fine. Do you have any idea how long each meeting should be? Every million years? You want epics? You can decide, but take into consideration when I'm in seclusion and such, Wang Wei replied. Of course, but what if there is an emergency? Like, the data showed a drastic change in personality and behavior? In that case, I'm permitting you to contact the people around me for an intervention. Tell them the truth and expect resistance. Very well. Wang Wei raised his hand to use a technique, the fate of heaven, to bless the avatar with some power of heaven Tao. Then, the latter's eyes became cold and indifferent as he stripped himself of all his emotions. A green orb flew out of Wang Wei's soul before he left this part of his sea of consciousness. In his mind, he had just searched his sea of consciousness for signs of any mark with no result. If only I could access my existence blueprint again, I might have discovered something. He had tried a few times after his perfect foundation with no success. Wang Wei has labeled creating a technique to do so as a long project. Yu Yin finished the food over a little hour, but Wang Chong was not back. So, she had to use a talisman to preserve the heat and freshness. She looked at her son, slightly distressed. Although she knew he was not in pain, the humiliation and shame must be eating him. Alas, she agreed with her father-in-law after seeing his point of view. Plus, it would be the ultimate disrespect to undermine his authority by helping her son. That's why Wang Tian did not say anything as well. For hours after the food was finished, Wang Chong flew from the distance, landing before Wang Wei. So, he asked directly, I'm sorry. Oh, it seems you're not completely gone. That's not fair. I've always been willing to admit when I'm at fault and take responsibility for my actions. True, Wang Chong nodded. He knew what kind of man he and his son raised, and, as such, he would give some credit. Are you going to explain yourself? Wang Wei sighed. What can I say? I'm fighting with Grand Dao and feared it would retaliate by affecting your reincarnation. And it seems my behavior has been slipping for quite some time now. He realized almost all his interactions since proving the Tao involved him being a manipulator. From the emperors of this world to the alliance members, to the Monkey King, Chun Tong, and even his friendship with Su Shi started with impure motives of getting his hands on the academy. Besides his family and sect, Wang Wei does not think he had any genuine connection or conversation since he proved the Tao. The scariest part is he slid into that role so naturally and seamlessly that he never noticed a thing. Things might have escalated before he noticed anything if not for going too far and doing so to a family member. As expected, things are more complicated when it comes to you, Wang Chong commented. Yes, they are, Wang Wei nodded. And I have to thank you. You may have saved me from a terrible fate, even worse than death. Wire, is something wrong? I don't want to talk about it. And you don't have to, but remember, we will help as long as it's in our power. Get up. Wang Chong helped him up before leading him to the table. So what brought you here? Why did you change your mind and suddenly come to see me? Oh, the daughter-in-law up there promised to protect you. So I came to deliver the good news. It's good to have reassurance. Wang Chong nodded calmly. The better news is she seems to care about you. Now, I don't have to worry about our bloodline stopping with you. The fact you were worried is an insult. Wang Wei rolled his eyes. What do you want me to do? You said it's either her or no one. You're still young. You can make a few more, especially after your reincarnation. Don't get too snarky with me so soon. You're not completely out of the gutter yet, Wang Chong warned, so Wang Wei could only stuff the braised pork from a Tier 9 demon into his mouth. His status in the family has never been this low. Even when his grandfather was so mad the first time, his mother doted on him and secretly helped him. Wang Wei's mouth twitched as he saw his father's smirk on the corner of his eyes. He gritted his teeth as he resisted the urge to make the old man suffer. Stop antagonizing our son. Yin smacked Wang Tian on his head. I didn't say anything. You didn't have to. Wang Tian could not believe he was in trouble despite not doing anything. Ever since that bastard came into the picture, he became his wife's second favorite person in the world, and he would never forgive him for that. "This is for you," Wang Wei said as he handed his mother the superior Yin-Yang love flower, and he explained its uniqueness. "The upper dimension is truly something else, Yu Yin. In a world so vast, anything that would be statistically impossible is bound to happen just by the sheer size and the vast population." The banquet continued, and everyone already guessed it was a parting one. Midway through, Yin Liling's projection came to say her goodbye. Li Jun could not come or even send a projection. So, he recorded a talisman that said his farewell. "It's time," Wang Chong said, looking at the moon. He glanced at his grandson. "Is everything prepared?" "Yes. I've ensured you'll reincarnate in the Wang clan. I've even allowed you to condense your flesh and bloodline cultivation into a seed to absorb in your next life." "What about timing?" "That's out of my control. I tried to ensure it was as close as possible, but I can't say for sure." "It's fine." "Your grandmother?" "Sorry, I couldn't find her reincarnation." "Maybe it's fate," Wang Chong sighed. He walked to his daughter-in-law, hugged, and whispered in her ears. "Thank you for everything you've given me. Words are not enough to tell you how much I appreciate you being part of the family." He hugged Yin Liling and whispered, "I've watched you grow, so I know how great of a woman and person you are. Keep walking forward in your cultivation journey, and keep an eye on Junior for me." "I will." "Grandson, Grandpa, I'm sorry our last moments had to be this harsh," Wang Chong started, holding Wang Wei tighter. "I understand. All your achievements and glory are things I could never imagine in my wildest dreams. However, none of that will matter if you lose your true self. Remember those words." "I will. Son, father." Wang Tian leaped into his old man's arms with tears dripping from his eyes. Wang Chang's eyes got moist as well, so he wiped them out. "Raising you into the man you are today is my life's greatest accomplishment. Words alone are not enough to tell you how proud I am." "Father." Wang Tian could not find the words to say, as the sadness was too overwhelming. "Your mother would have been proud, and I know I can stand straight before her if I ever have the chance." They hugged and cried for more than 2 minutes before separating. Wang Chong took one last look at his family and smiled before turning into a rainbow and disappearing into the sky. According to the rules of heaven and earth, true power Dao realm cultivators can ascend after having the strength compared to third-class Emperor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1154, Father and Son. Wang Chong looked around and saw nothing but green grass for as far as his eyes could see. The first thing that popped into his mind was how vast this place was, and even after stretching his divine sense to the limit, he could tell he was only seeing a fraction of this grand world. For a moment, he felt a sense of smallness, as if his life was insignificant compared to the vastness and grandness of this realm known as the Eternal Ascension World. The air, it's so sweet, Wang Chong thought as he noticed the unique energy in the environment. The energy seems to nourish my soul and body, and it's even better at it than innate qi. Wang Chong suddenly felt it might be a good idea to adapt to this energy first before his fight. He had detected a mountain range not far from here, so he headed there. He tore the space and received a tremendous amount of resistance. The space is very solid. Only immortals or those with immortal strength can naturally teleport in this realm. Wang Chong arrived at his destination and immediately erected a few detection and protection formations to warn or prevent intruders. For the next 3 days, he did nothing but absorb the qi from heaven and earth to cleanse his body and adapt to the environment. My strength has increased by 2 infant fiend god force, and my soul is 4 times as pure as before. He was shocked by this change just because he decided to cultivate and adapt before the fight. He also understood why people yearn for the upper dimension. Although it's harder to cultivate the higher the realm, it's way easier in such an environment. Now that I have adapted, it's time to end this generational feud. Wang Chang'e activated a talisman Wang Wei gave him long ago and waited. Yang Wei walked into his mansion with a somber atmosphere. He had just finished a mission, but his heart was restless, so he headed directly home without even exchanging his points for resources. He ignored the beautiful maid with an angelic voice calling for his return, heading directly to his cultivation retreat. Once alone, he activated a secret technique, teleporting himself to a secret and sealed dimension. He looked at the chain man with a coarse black robe, long, unkempt hair, and beard with traces of white scattered between the two. The man opened his deep and cunning eyes. "Unfilial son, have you finally come to kill me? Are you prepared to add patricide to your sins?" "I've come to give you what may be your last chance," Yin Guowei said helplessly. "Stop serving these parasites and join our cause. Then, I may be able to save your life." "How many times do I have to warn you to watch your tongues when you speak about these beings? You fear them, I don't. That's because you're a fool, letting your youthful vigor and inexperience guide your actions." Nine Sons shook his head in disappointment. "I should have listened to your mother and let her stay with you in the lower dimension. Don't mention my mother. The only reason I didn't turn out without morals and backbone like you is because of her." Yang Guowei snapped. Nine Sons' eyes narrowed. "She was a weak woman, and she turned you into a weak child and an utter disappointment." "Weak woman? Would you fear a weak woman? I fear no one." "Then why did you purposely allow her to destroy her foundation when given birth to me? Wasn't it to destroy her talent and future potential?" Yang Guowei's eyes turned red. Mortals cannot easily give birth to immortal children, especially when one of the parents is a great emperor. As such, plenty of nourishing resources are required for the mortal mother in those situations to ensure she gives birth without any problems. "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I wouldn't have found out? You found her and thought of cultivating her as one of your generals. Then you noticed her talent, especially when she gave you the brilliant tactic to win your heavenly battle." Yang Guowei's eyes were red with hatred. "I bet you thought of killing her as soon as she gave you the plan. However, your twisted mind thought it would be better to use her mind for yourself and turn her into your woman. However, her cultivation talent still irked you, so you decided to find an opportunity to destroy it." "Shut up, boy." Emperor Nine Sons' body released terrifying killing intent, turning the room red. "Don't speak on matters you have no idea about. You have no idea how much I despise you. Find the new SD Evils on n/Velbin. Calm Nine Sons' body trembled when he saw his son's eyes. They were so full of disgust and revulsion that he felt pain in his heart. "The sad part is your pathetic self did not even notice she saw through your actions and true self, but still loved you." Yang Guowei gnashed his teeth. He took a moment to take a deep breath before exhaling. "Despite everything, she made me promise not to hate you. To honor her promise, I will try this last time to save you. Are you going to change sides or not?" Nine Sons was quiet for a few seconds. "Stop wasting your time." Yang Guowei had to exude extreme focus to prevent his anger from getting out of control. "I don't get it. As cunning as you are, couldn't you tell that these parasites were a sinking ship? They have lived in borrowed time ever since they usurped this world's power. All signs show that destiny is not on their side. So, why are you so stubborn? You talk too much. If you're going to kill me, do it fast. I no longer want to waste my breath on you." Nine Sons scoffed. "You." Yang Guowei took one step forward, intending to punch him in his smug face. But he suddenly stopped himself. "Wait. With my mother's wisdom, how could she not see such an obvious truth? Even if she went along with your decision initially, she should have warned you by now." A look of realization dawned on Yang Guowei's face. "What did you do? Where's my mother?" "Ha ha!" Nine Sons laughed maniacally. "You want to know? Release me, and he'll tell you." "Bastard!" Yang Guowei rushed to him and started wailing at him. Nine Sun's power and fleshly body strength were sealed, so the beating soon turned bloody, but that was just the beginning. Yang Wei activated his color of strength, technique, to increase his stats, and continued beating his father. "Where's my mother, you bastard?" He did not care how bloody his fists were, how many teeth he broke from that bastard, or how much blood was oozing out of his face. He continued his relentless wailing while screaming for his mother's whereabouts. At some points, one has to wonder whether this beating was truly for information or whether Yang Wei was releasing some bottled-up emotions. "Ha ha, you unfilial son. Doing this won't change anything," Nine Suns replied despite his terrible state. "Only by releasing me will you have a chance of knowing the truth." After 30 minutes, Yang Wei's red eyes cleared, and he saw the terrible shape his father was with a sunken skull and deformed face. However, he did not care, as such a simple injury would never kill an immortal, even with its power sealed. Color of the soul, color of the moon, color of Een, 3 different shades of blue light balls appeared around Yang Wei before entering his body. Then, without hesitation, he used his divine sense to invade his father's sea of consciousness. Since the bastard refused to talk, he would get the information by forcibly searching his soul. Boom! A powerful force sent Yang Wei flying away. He coughed a mouthful of blood as he landed. He watched in shock as a black phoenix phantom rushed out of his father's sea of consciousness and circled around him before returning to its original location. "A seal? Do you think the undead Phoenix Temple would not protect my mind? How stupid and naive." Nine Suns sneered. "As I said, only by releasing me can you get the information you want." Yang Wei slowly stood up while using a healing technique. As he was about to try something else, he sensed the notification from a talisman, and his brow immediately furrowed after checking. He pondered briefly before healing his father, returning him to his peak state. "What's this? Want to have another go? It's all right, but you can only dream about getting that information from my mouth. Your fate is no longer mine to decide." "What do you mean? An old friend of yours wants to see you," Yang Wei said calmly. "And if there is someone who can get the information from your mind, it should be him." He did not hesitate to activate the talisman Wang Wei gave him. A portal opened before him, and Wang Chong walked out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1155, Old Generation Grudge. Wang Chong? What are you doing here? Hee hee. Didn't expect this, did you? Wang Chong chuckled and sneered. Fate is an interesting thing, isn't it? Nine Suns frowned. What do you want? He suddenly noticed something. Are you working with my unfilial son? You can say that. So, you're here for revenge? He sneered. I can't believe the Tao opening sect was willing to sacrifice one of their immortal ancestors for you. I didn't think they would value a loser like yourself. The only way for Wang Chong to be here was for another immortal to bring him. But no sect should be willing to sacrifice an immortal venerable for a little quasi-emperor, especially not one who previously lost its battle. Wang Chong ignored him and focused on Yang Wei. Release him, and it's probably best that you don't stay here for this. Although his grandson warned him the possibility of Yang Wei's betrayal was small, Wang Chong did not want to take chances. After all, no matter the circumstances, he was about to kill Yang Wei's father. Sir, can you do me a favor? Wang Chong frowned. I'm listening. Can you preserve his soul? So, you want to save him after all? Not all. Yang Wei swiftly answered. He did something to my mother, and the information is protected in his soul. I hope to preserve it, and ask His Majesty to help me remove it. Is that so? I can do my best, but won't make any promises. Wang Chong did not know how this battle would turn out, so it was not wise to promise to protect his enemy's soul. Fighting without the intention to kill could be detrimental to him in this fight, so he can only act based on the situation. That's all I ask for, Yang Wei replied before bowing and disappearing. This small dungeon changed into a vast and vibrant world with a clear sky, clouds, shining suns, mountains, forests, and oceans. The overall seal was still present, but now the dungeon was a small world with extremely thick space to ensure a battle without any issues and to prevent some people from running away. 9 suns' chains dissipated, and he felt his power returning. His aura drastically increased, followed by his body releasing an intense heat. "What's your relationship with my son?" 9 suns, no. Yang Chen asked as he slowly stood up. He noticed how much respect his son displayed when addressing Wang Chang. Not to mention the person he called Majesty. Yang Chen could sense the fear and reverence in his son's voice. "What do you think?" Yang Chen's eyes furrowed. He planned to mold his son into a powerful emperor so they could start an emperor clan. However, his wife's interference had made the boy soft, but it was all right as he believed he could bring out the cruelty from inside him, turning him into a powerful weapon for him to use. As long as he continued to use Yang Guowai's love for his mother, it was only a matter of time before his plan succeeded. But now, it appeared that Wang Chang and someone else had also interfered, making the situation more complicated. He did not like that. Is that anger him sensing? It's unlike you. You don't even know the first thing about me. Yang Chen sneered. He was extremely low-key during his generation, almost invisible during most of the era. So, his light only shone brightly at the very last moment. He exhaled to calm down and properly assess his opponent. An Essence Emperor? And his fleshly body cultivation is on par with me? Yang Chen had a calm expression, but was fuming inside. When he proved the Dao, his strength was 18% Grand Dao Source, putting him near the top of first class. Then, after ascending, spending more than 7 for billion years, and getting rewards from the Undead Phoenix Temple, his cultivation reached 24% Grand Dao Source. The Dao opening sect treated you well. I can't fathom how much resources they've pumped into you to force you into this realm. Haha, Wang Chang laughed loudly. I despise what you're trying to insinuate. However, that doesn't matter, as you'll soon know whether I've earned this strength. He calmly removed the upper part of his robe, showing his muscular torso. A faint golden hue emanated from Wang Chang's muscular body as his aura rapidly increased. This aura, it reminded me of records about Fiend God. Did he learn some kind of Fiend God body refining technique? His expression was severe as he prepared for this upcoming battle. He activated his awakening, manifesting 9 small suns that floated behind his head in a semicircular shape. Yang Chen looked like an exalted god of the sun. Wang Chang rushed forward like a raging bull that saw the color red. A red fiery beam rushed toward him from one of the 9 small suns. The beam was beyond fast, and the heat was enough to make the laws of physics seem like a silly child, but Wang Chang blocked it with one palm, and he did not stop his forwarding motion. Find a new SD levels on n/Velbin. Yang Chang reacted swiftly as he moved backward while the remaining 8 small suns fired their own beam. Wang Chang blocked the attack with both palms, but nothing could reduce his desire to move forward. Yang Chen used the technique, World Sun, which took all the matter and energy in a universe as large as the heavenly world and converted them into flame. Wang Chang calmly watched the sun condense in his path, and he did not bat an eye when that thing exploded. He survived the terrifying heat with only a few black burning spots on his skin that swiftly disappeared. Yang Chen immediately tried to burn the space around him to teleport away and distance himself from his attacker. However, Wang Chang took a step into the void to propel himself forward. His speed reached countless times that of infinity, appearing before his opponent as if he had teleported. Bang! Yang Chen crossed his arm to block. He even condensed a flame armor around his arms for defensive purposes, but that did not change much. The force behind that punch sent him crashing through a few mountains before stopping. Wang Chang should have taken advantage of this opportunity, but he stopped instead. He looked at his fist for a moment before grinning. He's been wanting to do this for too long. To be exact, he's been waiting for millions of years. Wang Chang still remembered his fight. After suffering a devastating blow from Yang Chen's illusion and breaking his Tao heart, he felt a terrifying sense of sorrow, followed by immense weakness. With such a terrible Tao heart, it was impossible for him to summon even 1% of his strength. Then, as he watched Yang Chen slaughter the few remaining people with himself behind the next one at any time, Wang Chong made the cowardly decision to run away and abandon the battle. Although he knew this was the sensible thing to do, Wang Chong always had some regret about his actions. As such, he's always wanted the opportunity to repay Yang Chen for forcing him to make such a cowardly move by punching him extremely hard, preferably in the face. Wang Chong suddenly laughed maniacally. His voice echoed in this sealed world, as if he was an almighty god showing his presence to the world and a bunch of mortals. Wang Chong felt good. No, he felt great. He abandoned the Tao path, using the special inner world his grandson had prepared for him to nourish his bloodline so that he could beat Yang Chen with his bare hand. With such ample time, Yang Chen had long healed the slight cracking of his bones after that attack. However, his fury was evitable by his red eyes and fluctuating aura. The idea that someone whom he once considered a loser and coward was now on par with him was infuriating beyond words. He was the winner and Wang Chong the loser, but if he didn't do something, the situation might have been reversed. "Aren't you happy too early?" Yang Chen said with a grave voice as he looked at Wang Chong, that was acting a little deranged. "You couldn't possibly understand," Wang Chong replied, feeling the small crack remaining on his Tao heart healed by a small margin. "As expected, I will be utterly healed even if I lose this battle. My obsession is not victory, but making up for the regrets of that fight. However, I should ensure victory to ensure a perfect recovery." Wang Chong activated all his powers and abilities, and his body released a strange energy or aura in the process. "Primordial law?" Yang Chen asked in shock, and he was correct. Wang Chong used the malleable void law from his bloodline to condense his own Overlord law to fit his original Tao. Today, he will show it up in this battle. Come, let's end the karma between us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.